Sarah?
Yeah, Doctor.
Double check. Have you all sent the
Send it.
Have you all sent the
serves as the GHEF secretary. The seventh GHEF's theme, disruptive era higher education at the crossroads, is coined to provide a platform for educationists globally to share the research findings related to the current global needs while fitting aptly within the themes of the GHEF itself. And the GHEF is always designed to continue from where we concluded in the previous forum, gauge the impact and relevance of the issues raised, and develop the subsequent forum's themes to focus on more recent developments. We academics need to be courageous in meeting these challenges with a sense of renewed optimism. We have the potential to bring about fundamental change that will make our institutions and therefore our citizenry stronger. GHEF 2021 seeks for integration of technology that changes current business models and customer expectations, specifically to ensure technology is effectively leveraged in higher education institutions to improve the performance, services, and deliverables. Theme of GHEF 2021 is chosen because we believe that the sustainability of higher education in the future need to engage with multiple parties and stakeholders at the local, regional, and transnational levels. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has changed the teaching and learning landscape, especially with the closure of physical classes replaced by online learning conducted with devices like computers, laptops, tablets, and mobile phones that is connected using internet. This enables teaching and learning to be conducted using synchronous and asynchronous learning environment to ensure teaching and learning is not disrupted. Nonetheless, the adaptation to the emergence of the disruption era and beyond should also endeavor human values. The future industrial landscape based on tomorrow's technology should be integrated with human-centric aspects by embracing professional ethics and human values. As such, it is imperative that institutions of higher learning improve and strengthen the provision and delivery of higher education systems so as to produce graduates who are well equipped intellectually, technologically, and professionally for employment in the industry, the public sector, and other sectors in society. We need to collaborate to compete. It is my hope that GHEF 2021 would achieve this objective. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust everyone will take the opportunity to engage in intellectual discourse on the many issues encapsulating global higher education. I believe many interesting ideas will be exchanged and some concerns being expressed by the panelists and keynote speakers for everyone to as befits a forum of this nature. I'm hopeful that GHEF 2021 will be sharing innovative ideas on ways and means to provide better lives for students in higher education in the creation of a prosperous and equitable society. This is very important. It is without doubt we can gain much from each other if we collaborate and improve our networking to address challenges that is faced by mankind. Before I conclude, I would like to thank each and every speaker and participants for participating in GHEF 2021. May we continue to thrive in this era of pandemic and uncertainties to rise up to the challenges and ensure the IHL remains relevant. My best wishes to all. Thank you. Terima kasih. Have a good forum.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Faisal Rafiq, for the speech.
Next, I am honored to invite Datuk Mansur bin Haji Osman, Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia, to deliver the officiating speech. Please welcome Datuk Mansur Haji Osman.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Salatu wassalam ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Salam sejahtera and good morning. Bahagia Datuk Seri Dr. Mazlan bin Yusof, Secretary General Ministry of Higher Education. Yang bahagia Profesor Dr. Husaini Omar, Director General of Higher Education, Department of Higher Education. Yang bahagia Profesor Dr. Faisal Rafiq Muhammad Adikan, Vice Chancellor University Science Malaysia. Honorable speakers, keynote speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Government of Malaysia, we are honoured to welcome the participants of the 7th Global Higher Education Forum 2021 with an apt theme, Disruptive Era, Higher Education at the Crossroads. The Global Higher Education Forum, GHEF, is a biennial event initiated in 2007 and jointly organized by the Ministry of Higher Education and the National Higher Education Research Institute, also known as IPPTN, University Science Malaysia, and supported strategically by multiple local and international co-organizers. The GHEF is an important and significant forum that has been providing a platform for scholars, policymakers, researchers, academics, administrators of higher education, industries, students, and members of the community to share research findings, reflect and analyze, discuss and debate on setting the direction for the future of higher education in tandem with the progress in the society. The disruptive era is an era that interferes with the establishment of an existing order. It is closely related to the technology that changes the current business model or customer expectations. The emergence of the new disruptive era is caused by rapid technological advances such as artificial technology, the Internet of Things, robotics, big data, and cloud computing. The fourth industrial revolution represents a new way to embrace disruptive technologies into the current business models and labor markets. As a result, higher education participants are now seeking to use disruptive technologies to improve their performances, services, and deliverables. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 sub-themes along the main theme will be dominating the intellectual discourse of GHEF 2021, that is, the future talent and workforce, entrepreneurship, digital education, and technical and vocational education and training, TVET. The first sub-theme, focusing on future talent and workforce, enables the participants to address matters on nurturing talent by converging the technological and human touch. Talent planning issues are critical to ensuring that higher education institutions are prepared to train flexible and adaptable graduates to meet the dynamic needs of the current revolution. Shaping graduates to navigate this disruptive and uncertain future requires not only mastering technology and digital skills, but also fostering human values and the prospect of perseverance and enterprising. Therefore, the curriculum needs to keep up with this unprecedented level of change. Higher education institutions must invest in cultivating talents with skills, abilities, and adaptability to succeed in the future technology-driven economy. The second sub-theme focuses on entrepreneurship. Participants will address matters on higher education and entrepreneurship during unprecedented times. As the COVID-19 pandemic affects the global economic recession, the entrepreneurial ecosystem is facing multiple challenges. Entrepreneurs and their companies must face a new reality. New technologies must have a disruptive impact on changing traditional entrepreneurial models, making them more creative, innovative, and influential. All this require greater attention from higher education institutions and other entrepreneurial support organizations which play an important role in helping entrepreneurs in emerging and frontier markets. Higher education institutions also play a role in providing incentives, research, resources, and education to support entrepreneurs and stimulate entrepreneurship. The third sub-theme is focusing on digital education, which will enable participants to address the challenges on how to make advancing digital education indispensable post-COVID-19. With the remarkable rise of e-learning and digital platforms, the COVID-19 pandemic has greatly changed the higher education teaching system. However, some challenges need to be overcome. Countries, institutions, educators, and students who do not have reliable information and communication technology, ICT, resources and access rights are working hard to participate in this new wave of digital teaching. More importantly, higher education institutions must modify existing teaching policies and strategies to support online and digital learning. Now, the fourth sub-theme focuses on technical and vocational education and training, TVET. Participants will address challenges in the advancement of TVET as a catalyst for the fourth industrial revolution. Vocational and technical education and training programs are regarded as the driving force to create skilled labor and increase industrial productivity and promote the country's development in the fourth industrial revolution and beyond. In view of the new revolution, it is necessary to lead the development of TVET programs, to improve the quality of the courses, and to ensure that well-trained technical graduates have the skills to prepare for the present and the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the golden age of universities in the developing world and globally is becoming tougher and is no longer an easy feat. Rising costs is no longer matched by willingness of governments and students to pay for them. Meanwhile, the traditional operating model of a university cannot produce sufficient return of investment to cover the increasing cost of running institutions of higher learning. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, the relentless rise in costs was leading the institutions of higher learning to be innovative. Furthermore, institutions of higher learning are being affected by various external forces. Technological change and demand from industry calls for higher education to be innovative and able to meet the needs of the changes. This current state of higher education in a disruptive world need to seriously consider the building blocks relevant for paving the way forward in terms of strategy, capabilities, operating model, and technology. The result will be a connected university with the ability to continue delivering the extraordinary benefits that higher education can potentially deliver. Time is tough and changes are imminent to ensure we sustain. This was already the case even before the COVID-19 pandemic. Year 2020 witnesses an unprecedented scenario with the COVID-19 pandemic that saw the closure of all international borders and the lockdown of domestic economies. Institutions of higher learning have been caught up in the post-COVID-19 trends affecting the society at large, but they have begun to experience challenges uniquely to the education sector. By the end of 2020, many countries have clearly now this has affected the international student recruitment and the impact of their economy. As with planning for the future, institutions of higher learning need to ensure they make informed judgments based on trends and the experience of sectors which were exposed earlier to the same drivers of change. Institutions of higher learning are lucky as the transformations many industries and organizations have gone through can be analyzed and learn from the best practices available from other countries that will be presented by the participants in this forum. We can learn from the different types of innovation and forms of provisions experienced worldwide that will be shared. We are now experiencing hybrid systems. Physically, we will see a mix of actual campuses, augmented campuses, where mixed reality and the analog world fuse, and virtual learning environments. Educationally, we will see much more experimentation with content and delivery. And of all the forces impelling this diversity, the most powerful will be the search to meet the needs of individual students. The quality of personalized students' learning will be key to institutional success. The GHEF 2021 is an important platform where best practices that have worked well globally can be shared. Another important aspect is that institutions of higher learning will need to align with the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, where Goal 4 has clearly set out that achieving inclusive and quality education for all. This reaffirms the strong belief that education is one of the most powerful and proven tools for promoting the achievement of the SDGs by year 2030. Goal 4 also aims to provide equal access to affordable to higher education, vocational trainings, eliminate gender and wealth disparities by ensuring quality teaching and learning ecosystem. I would like to extend sincere appreciation to the joint organizers of the Global Higher Education Forum GHEF 2021, namely the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia, MOHE, University of Science Malaysia, International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM, Commonwealth Tertiary Education Facility, CTEF, University Tun Abdul Razak, UniRazak, Saiji University, Asia Pacific University, Kaduna State University, Nigeria, and the National Higher Education Research Institute, also known as IPPTN, Higher Education Research Association, South Korea, German University Malaysia, Ministry of Youth and Sport, and Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development. The Ministry would like to record our utmost appreciation to the National Higher Education Research Institute that has been carrying out the arduous task as the Secretariat of GHEF at the GHEF 2021 with great commitment. Well done. Tahniah. Terima kasih and thank you.
Thank you very much, Datuk, for the speech and for officiating the 7th Global Higher Education Forum 2021. Next, we will continue with the screening of a montage.
Next, we would like to continue with the screening of a montage. Thank you for the montage from the 6th Global Higher Education Forum. 3 books have been published, in which one is from University Science Malaysia Press, and the other 2 are by Islamic University Malaysia Press. Now it's time for the book launch.
Before having a break, I would like to remind you that CPD points will be awarded for this session. The link will be available in the chat box and QR code will be displayed on screen for the participants. We will meet again after the 10 minutes coffee break.
guests, ladies and gentlemen, the moderator of the first keynote presentation is Professor Dr. Faizal Rafiq Muhammad Adikan, the Vice Chancellor of University Science Malaysia. Professor Dr. Faizal Rafiq Muhammad Adikan is currently the 8th Vice Chancellor of University Science Malaysia and the secondment from University of Malaya. Prior to his VC-ship, he served as University of Malaya's Deputy Vice Chancellor of Development for almost 3 terms, from 2013 to 2019. Prof. Dato' Rafiq has served in numerous national level committees, including Economic Planning Unit, EPU. He has been a speaker and panelist in numerous platforms, including those organized by Higher Learning Leadership Academy or ACAD under the Ministry of Higher Education. In October 2015, Professor Dato' Rafiq was appointed as Executive Director of Holdings Sdn Bhd, University of Malay's Business and Investment Arm, making him Holdings' first Executive Director while still holding a Deputy Vice Chancellor's position. Prof. Dato' Rafiq was made MRSM Typing Icon for 2020-2021, MRSM being its alma mater. Prof. Dato' Rafiq received his PhD from the Optoelectronics Research Center, University of Southampton in 2007, specializing in glass-based integrated optical devices for use in telecommunication and sensing applications. He has published more than 100 peer-reviewed journals and conference papers on optics and engineering education. His integrated light wave research group, which he started, currently runs an optical fiber fabrication tower. His flat fiber patent was the winner of the Gould Award, the best for physical sciences and engineering, and the best of the best top prize during University of Malaya Research, Invention and Innovation Expo 2009. His research work on corrosion sensing appeared in the March 2013 issue of a reputable international technical magazine called Optics and Photonics News. His group also picked up the top prize, Malaysia Science Academy's Innovation Award, during the Dr. Faizal Rafiq Muhammad Adikan.
Thank you, Azrul, for the kind introduction. Well, I'm honored today to be introducing our first keynote speaker, Emeritus Professor George Scott. Professor Scott is the Emeritus Professor of Higher Education and Sustainability at Western Sydney University, Australia. For 8 years, he was Pro Vice Chancellor of Quality and Executive Director of Sustainability at WSU. During this time, he led a range of successful external quality audits and established the UN-endorsed Regional Center of Expertise in Education for Sustainable Development at WSU. In the 2020 Times Higher Education Impact ratings on sustainability in higher education, WSU was ranked 3rd in the world, and I'm pretty sure that Prof. Scott played a major role in that. Congratulations, Prof. He is a widely published author of reports and articles on change leadership, sustainability, social entrepreneurship, professional capability, what distinguishes successful early career graduates in a wide range of professions, assuring achievement standards and quality assurance in higher education. His book, Turnaround Leadership for Higher Education with Canada's Michael Fullan, which was published in 2009, received the US College's Bellwether Award, and his international study of successful change leaders of education for sustainable development, Turnaround Leadership for Sustainability in Higher Education, is widely used around the world. Currently, Professor Scott is working with universities and colleges in Europe, the UK, East Asia, Australia, and New Zealand on how best to embed UN's Sustainable Development Goals into the curriculum. In that sense, USM is honored, and we are following through as well. His talk today is titled "The COVID-19 Aftermath: What the Future Holds for Higher Education in a Disruptive Epoch," and this will pay particular attention to current initiatives around the world to build social enterprise capstones, addressing the SDGs and capstones on the key dilemmas of early career professional practice into the higher education curriculum. Before I pass this to Professor Scott, we will be taking questions and I shall attempt to summarize them into some thematic areas to pose to Professor Scott. We have 55 minutes for this session, and without further ado, I'll pass this session to Professor Scott. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very, very much, and thank you everyone. It's just terrific to be here with you. So I'll talk for about 35 minutes, and then, as we just said, we'll take some questions at the end. These slides, I'm going to go through them quite quickly. They're in reasonable detail, but I wanted to give you the sense of what's on the slides because, in a sense, after the session, you could utilise them as an aide-memoire to some of the points that I've said. Secondly, at the very end of the slides, I've actually given some references. Much of what I'm going to be saying today is coming out in a chapter in a forthcoming book, which I'll give you the reference to. What I'm trying to say, I suppose, is that this is just to give you an overview, really, of what I've been doing around the world over the past decade, really, in terms of building the Sustainable Development Goals into the curriculum of universities, but also working out to what extent have we been training people for the last 20 years and not the next 20 years in our universities. In other words, have we just been looking at making them work ready for today, or have we actually been developing up our graduates so that they're work ready plus for an uncertain and disruptive tomorrow? And that's why the topic for today, I think, is so apposite, and I was very happy to take up the invitation to talk about this work. So with no further ado, I'll just see if I can bring up my slides for us now. And hopefully that's come up for us all right. I'll just get them to go. So hopefully is that coming through okay?
Fine, fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just going to first of all just quickly go through some of the key points just as a summary for you, and then I'll just expand on each of those as we go through the talk for you. So the first thing, that COVID is certainly a wicked problem for today. And, you know, it is just emblematic of the age of uncertainty that we're in. We've always been in ages of uncertainty, but it's become far more dramatic now because, amongst other things, because of technology and connectedness and speed. So we really need to be looking at what our universities are doing to develop people up to manage wicked problems like COVID. COVID's not the only one. They're going to keep coming. The second thing is COVID triggers us to reflect on the tacit assumptions and values that we've been actually operating under in the 21st century agenda. The third thing is that values drive engagement and implementation. People will not engage with change unless they see it as valuable to them. And valuable to them means that they see it as relevant, desirable, in other words, ethically decent, relevant, desirable, clear, and most importantly, feasible. The fourth thing that I'm going to talk briefly about is the fact that the Sustainable Development Goals are not independent of each other. They all have to be dealt with concurrently, and in a moment I'll be talking and showing how all those SDGs need to be addressed when we're trying to tackle a wicked problem like COVID-19. The next point that I'm going to be making is that universities are critical to implementing the SDGs, and they're critical, as we've seen, to tackling COVID. It was graduates of universities that came up with the vaccines that are currently underway. It did not happen spontaneously out there just in the ether. So universities are actually critical to managing the age of uncertainty and the age of disruption. And therefore, we've got to look very carefully at just what capabilities we're building into our graduates in our universities. And I'll be sharing with you some of the research that I did with 3,700 learning and teaching leaders around the world for the Australian government on how to develop work-ready plus graduates. At the moment, there's a site for that called the Flip Correct site, which I'll give you a reference to later, which is currently being used by 17,500 higher education groups around the world to review their curriculum, to develop work-ready plus graduates to handle this age of uncertainty that's emblematic of the COVID-type wicked problems. So work-ready plus graduates are critical. We need work-ready graduates for today. That means people who are competent and capable to deliver set skills and knowledge under set conditions, predictable conditions, but we need work-ready plus graduates for people who can manage uncertain and disruptive conditions that are unpredicted. So we need both, not just one. You need competence, of course, but you also need capability. And there are courses now that I think we need to, that I'll talk to you about, that are now being implemented around the world to develop work-ready plus outcomes. And really, I suppose, in a sense, embedded in my talk today is the idea that good ideas with no ideas on how to implement them are always wasted ideas. And I'm going to finish off by quickly summarising some of the characteristics that the people I've worked with around the world, the 17,500 higher educators, what we think the new university might look like for this new age, this age of uncertainty and disruption. And I'll just quickly allude to a few myths. So I'm going to now have to move fairly quickly through the slides, but hopefully that's the overview. That's the key points there. You've got those. So I'll now go through those in a bit of detail. My final point is that everything I'm going to say today links directly to the panel discussions. If you look at those panel discussions, you've got people talking about agile, future-ready graduates. I've just talked about what we've been doing on that. Resilient entrepreneurs, particularly social entrepreneurs, who can tackle the sustainable development goals. We need a future-ready curriculum, and we need an appropriate role for information and communications technology, but always as part of a broader learning system. So that's the overview. Now I'm going to go quickly through these slides. So never waste a crisis. COVID gets us to reflect on our values. It's a wicked problem. It raises ethical dilemmas for us. And we really need graduates to be looking at the ethical dilemmas of professional work, whether it's in engineering or medicine or accounting. It doesn't matter. There are always ethical dilemmas. And in COVID, of course, we've got one example is lives versus livelihoods. And you'll see that all around the world, as we know, people talking about saving lives versus saving the economy. And that raises very delicate dance between how do you balance the two. And every sustainable development goals needs to be addressed to actually tackle issues like COVID. And as I've said, if you look at the nature of how poverty means that large numbers of people have to live together in dense things, they have to go out every day just to get a job. They can't just stay locked down in a country like mine. That they're often forced to go out. We've got health and wellbeing, education to educate people about the pros and cons of taking vaccines. You can see each of those, every single one of those, right down to things like life below the water. People throwing away now these disposable masks we have to wear. That gets into the sewage system and gets out into the waters and adds to the plastic in the water. So some of these things are not as directly obvious as others, but they all have to be dealt with concurrently if we're going to be tackling COVID. And that is why it's such a wicked problem. But it's also why those sustainable development goals are so important, because in a sense they create a moral purpose for higher education. And this is really what higher education is now needing to think about for the future, is returning to its moral purpose and thinking really about what it's been taken for granted in terms of where it's got itself to in our world. You know, is it just a business? Is it all just about making money? Or is it about something else? And if so, what might that be? And we believe that the Sustainable Development Goals do provide a set of, if you like, moral guidelines about what we might be trying to do to make a better world. And that's why these values are so important. Every single technical, social, political decision is value-laden. When people have to make a decision about what to do, when you've got two options, values come to bear. Therefore, it would be so important, in our view, for every graduate to be clear on their values before they graduate. What do they stand for? Have they thought about the 21st century agenda, the tacit assumptions that are driving it? Things like growth is always good for everyone, consumption's happiness, information technology is always the answer, things like that. These are value issues that at the moment in higher education are not always given enough emphasis. And I've just listed out there some of the values that people have talked about that underpin the Sustainable Development Goals. It is a good thing not to have poverty or hunger. It is good for everyone to have a decent, healthy life. It's good for everyone to have access to quality education. It's good for us to care for our environment and to live harmoniously. And it's good to have a world where we're constantly saying, why don't we, not why don't you? Now, they are values, and values are always arguable. But they are values that I think people should be working out their position on as part of the new university. And this, of course, has links to the world's religions, but it also links to the research that we've been doing for the last 25 years now on what distinguishes successful early career graduates. They all overlap. These things overlap. You know, having compassion, kindness for others, humility, calmness, honesty, authenticity, etc. You can see them listed there. Being willing to face and learn from your errors. These are embedded value judgments about how to live. And as education and higher education is creating the inventors for tomorrow, it would be kind of nice, in our view, for them to be clear on their values when they have to take a decision about whether to put their efforts into option A or option B when they're actually looking at taking decisions and taking scientific projects on. And as Kofi Annan said many, many years ago, more than a decade ago, you know, we must stress the basic values that are common to all the world's religions. And that there they are. And they are very similar to the ones I've just listed. So now, I've already mentioned that higher education is critical to dealing with the age of uncertainty, and it's critical to implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. I've already mentioned how it creates the world, most of the world's leaders, entrepreneurs and scientists. It can shape values of people. As it does that, people learn the values as they are getting assessed. Assessment actually has values embedded in it. We know that as all change is learning, then higher education is a learning place. Therefore, we need to actually focus on what learning creates, graduates able to manage the age of disruption and uncertainty, and to implement the Sustainable Development Goals, and to be critically aware of the pros and cons of information and communications technology. So, as I've said, the university needs to focus on competence, not just on capability, work ready plus for the future, not just competence, work ready for today. And information tech and communications technology is just one of 60 learning methods. I did a big research project a number of years ago with 1 million comments on the National Course Experience Questionnaire down here, where we identified 60 key learning methods that students like to engage in learning. Fundamental to that learning process is to understand that learning is a profoundly social experience. It's not just a technological experience. Now, what is a Work Ready Plus graduate? Work Ready Plus graduates are sustainability literate. In other words, they understand the Sustainable Development Goals and what they might be doing in their own professions and lives about addressing them. They are change implementation savvy. They can actually take good ideas and actually make them happen. These are the things that should be seen as highlighted in the curriculum and assessment. They should be inventive, socially, not just commercially, and that's why we're now building social enterprise capstones into the curriculum in universities around the world, focused on the Sustainable Development Goals. And they need a clear position on the tacit assumptions driving the 21st century agenda, and I've already mentioned those to you. And it's important to know that individuals like organisations and societies, we're all tested when things go awry or the unexpected happens, like wicked problems like COVID. We're not that tested when things run predictably. Therefore, we should be equipping our graduates to understand that that's what life's like, but to be able to manage it with calmness and to be able to manage it ethically. And this, in our view, is what needs to be underpinning the characteristics of a university for the future, not the past. This is the studies that we've done on successful early career graduates. This is a validated professional capability framework, and I won't go through this in detail. It's there for you, and there's plenty to read about that on the Flip Curric site if you're interested. But I will mention the capability subscales because they're important and they are embedded in them. They have the values that we should be developing in our graduates. Self-awareness and regulation, the ability to remain calm when things go wrong. Decisiveness, the ability to take a hard decision. And to do that, you have to understand your values. The ability to be committed. In other words, caring about what you do, caring about others, wanting to do a good job. Interpersonal capabilities, how to influence people, particularly those that don't agree with you. And that, of course, is a clear set of capabilities at the moment for those who are anti-vaxxers, for example. And you're seeing it underplaying before everyone and around the world in terms of what's happening currently in some of the states in the USA. empathising with people. In order to influence, you must empathise, which means you've got to be in their shoes, not in your shoes. And the three key cognitive capabilities is the ability not to problem solve, but to work out what the problem is and whether it's worth paying attention to. And secondly, to be able to work out how to implement that, to think strategically forwards in terms like a chess player. If I did that, what would happen, as opposed to if I did that? And thirdly, being able to actually manage things once you're implementing it. Often you have to adjust as you go along. It's not like you have the plan and it all works out the way you predicted. So those capabilities subscales underpin what I've said already about the age of uncertainty and managing it. These are operational ways of doing it. And then, as I'll talk in a moment, there are a whole series of curriculum developments we've undertaken around the world to enact that agenda. Now, I won't go through these, except these are there for you to look at later. These are the top-ranking capabilities for successful graduates in 9 professions that we've undertaken over the last 25 years. I've just aggregated them all up out of 9 different professions, running from medicine to journalism to engineering to teaching, pretty well all of the professions. You'll see embedded that where you see the Ps, they're personal capabilities. Where you see the IPs, they're interpersonal. And where you see the Cs, they are cognitive capabilities. They do not, when graduates talk about why they were selected as being so effective in their early career, they don't talk just about the skills and knowledge they've got. They talk about the things like they're listed in that chart there for you. And we thought we asked then employers. So we asked 147 employers in Western Sydney what they were looking for in successful early career graduates. They came up with the same things. And the thing is, those 147 employers work in the most multicultural area in Australia. We have 172 different countries living domestically in Western Sydney. So this is not just, if you like, Anglo-cultural identifiers. These appear to operate across cultures. And that's no surprise because they have overlaps, of course, with the world's religions, which has overlaps also with what we know leads to harmonious and productive countries and organisations. So you need those skills and knowledge, but they're always underneath the ones above. The ones above are capabilities for tomorrow. The ones underneath are the skills and knowledge you need now to do a decent job. Now, I've got about 10 minutes to go, I think, before we go to questions. So I'll just keep now moving to the next section. I mentioned that if we want work-ready plus graduates for an uncertain and disruptive future where people are able to manage wicked problems like COVID, then what we need is in the curriculum direct attention to those work-ready plus capabilities I just outlined for you on the previous slide. And there are two initiatives that are underway around the world that graduates are loving and we're finding particularly effective in preparing them for an uncertain future. The first is social enterprise capstones focused on the Sustainable Development Goals. This is where groups of students get together and work with their local region, looking at the sustainable development challenges in that region and look at solutions for that. The second are capstones focused on the key dilemmas of early career professional practice. So in New Zealand, for example, we've just set up a whole curriculum. We did a whole research project on engineers, successful early engineers. We've discovered all of the dilemmas they face in their first 5 years of practice. We then have implemented a capstone called Dilemmas of Early Career Practice in Engineering, where you actually come to confront the wicked problems. You become comfortable with the wicked problems that you're going to have to confront. And you actually start to look at what successful graduates did to resolve them. Always around the idea of they were caught in a fork road situation, they had to take hard decisions, and those personal capabilities, that ability to take a hard decision, gets illustrated through real-world practice, not through theory, but from successful early career graduates telling those behind them, here's what you're going to face. And of course, to evaluate that, we've got the key capabilities that I've just outlined in the previous slides. So you don't just randomly evaluate how students deal with the capstones. You've got, were they able to remain calm when things went wrong? Were they able to work productively with the diversity in the situation or not? Were they able to diagnose what was going on? These are the capabilities that are important. This is what we should be assessing. Now, I want to say a couple of words about information and communications technology. Those 1 million comments we evaluated, we haven't done it in Southeast Asia, but it would be very interesting to do it there. What we found there is what students want for the use of information and communications technology, and I'm the chair of a number of boards at the moment where we're actually dealing with COVID very rapidly in a move to information and communications technology. So we've asked our students, what do they like that we've been doing for them under COVID? They want an interactive, just-in-time, just-for-me learning, simulations trigger situations, collaborative action projects, practicing set skills offline, away from us. They can do the set skills, and the doctors that we're working with can practice how to read mammography charts offline with a little app. They don't have to do that as part of an intensive classroom testing situation. So those are the key interactive ways of using ICT as part of a broader learning system. Making it happen, I'm just going to then move, I think I've got about another 5 to 10 minutes.
Actually, Prof, you have about 10 minutes.
Excellent.
So, yeah, take your time. Yeah.
So what I've been talking about so far, everyone, is maybe what might be a good idea for developing a Work Ready Plus university for an uncertain future, right? Now, and this, remember, is based on the 17,500 people I've been working with around the world, so it's not just made up, if you like, in theory. But that might be a good idea, it might not. You might think that what I'm talking about is rubbish, in which case you will not engage with it, because you will have made a value judgment. If you think it has value, then the issue is what do you do on Monday to enact it? And that's that whole research that was mentioned earlier that I've been doing for basically since the 1970s, which is how do you actually make change work? You can have good ideas, but if you don't know how to implement them, they're wasted ideas. And that's why we've written that book about turnaround leadership for higher education, because change will not just happen, it must be led, but deftly. And it's not just the Vice-Chancellors or the Deputy Vice-Chancellors or the Pro-Vice-Chancellors, it's the actual program managers that are key arbiters of whether change happens. And they, just like graduates, are making value judgments all the time. And we must understand that they are doing that. And we must understand the key tips from successful change leaders on how they took good ideas like building a change-ready university, like with the agenda that I've outlined earlier today. What do? Well, first thing is to recognise that you build the culture of the uni by the leaders modelling how to behave when things go wrong. And they are able to remain calm or not remain calm. That builds the culture, which is how we do things around here. The capabilities of effective leaders, we would say, are similar to successful graduates. We're all human beings. And those same capabilities that distinguish successful career graduates, we showed are the same capabilities that distinguish effective higher ed leaders in the research I did for the Australian government way back in 2008 with 500 successful leaders from Vice-Chancellors to program managers. And there's a book there in the references if you're interested in that work that will outline that. But if I can summarise what good graduates do, and I summarise what good higher ed leaders do, they always listen, link, leverage, and then lead, always in that order, never in any other order. They listen first with an agenda for change to see who's going to engage with it and with an understanding of the values of those they're working with. They link together what most people see as relevant and feasible and doable. They then leverage by taking small groups to try it under controlled conditions, and only after they've learnt by doing do they then lead. And that's exactly how we built up Western Sydney University to become number 3 in the world in terms of the Times Higher Education Impact Ratings on the Sustainable Development Goals. This was my philosophy when I was leading it, to listen, link, leverage, and then lead. Therefore, the first thing I did at the university was to do a stock take on what was already happening around the Sustainable Development Goals. Just as you could do a stock take in the universities in Malaysia around what's happening with COVID, to engage people with COVID. And then from that, to leverage, you take those that are doing interesting things and you get them to try out new things under controlled conditions. And the motto is always ready, fire, aim. Ready, we should try this. We think it's important morally to do it. Fire was try it under controlled conditions to see what works. And aim is what we found worked after doing it. This is very different from a culture that says ready, aim, 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 have a committee, have lots of meetings, aim, aim. So therefore, the key cultural attribute that we've found in the universities that have been embracing the Sustainable Development Goals in the curriculum, like the capstones on social enterprise and the dilemma-based assessment, is they have a why don't we, not a why don't you culture. And moral purpose always engages people, which is why I've spent so much time talking about the values today. And those last ones there are there for you. The final thing I wanted to make is, together, that making the happen checkpoints there is how to operationally enact Sustainable Development Goal 17, which is the partnerships goal. And that we're finding that people are finding that checklist quite handy when they're looking at what are we going to do and enact the Sustainable Development Goals. And that, of course, is important for Sustainable Development Goal 17. So now, what's the new university? I've just got about 5 minutes to go. Is that okay?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So this is just, in a way of summary, what I've said so far. So that the new university and college gives a careful focus to validating the program level outcomes first. It's no good to have fantastic assessment that's carefully moderated and no one's cheating if what you're assessing is rubbish. So we must have the right outcomes first, and that flip correct side, flip correct is flipping the curriculum on its head to make sure we've got the right work ready plus outcomes in place first whenever we're reviewing our programs or developing new ones, before we start to map down to the assessment of the learning methods we're going to use and the units of study. And that's how we develop work ready plus graduates. So that's the first thing that I would argue is important for the new university. The second is to give transdisciplinary attention to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, using things like social enterprise capstones focused on them, where you've got to bring together the psychologists with the scientists, with the people. You know, it's no good having a lot of science if you don't understand how to engage people with it. Equal attention to social as well as commercial entrepreneurship, as I said. A shared moral purpose, much more emphasised, including things like a why don't we culture. And that means we've got to spend a lot more time at STEAM, not STEM. The A in STEAM is arts. The arts is all about values. The arts is about moral purpose. It's no good having science, technology, engineering and maths if you're not looking at is it being applied to that which is dealing with the right moral purpose. For example, with the Sustainable Development Goals as a set of moral purposes. Therefore, we must be helping every student to consider where they stand on the 21st century assumptions driving the agenda. You know, is growth really good for everyone equally? Is consumption always happiness? Is information technology always the answer? You know, and things like that. Is growth always good? You know, or is globalisation, uniformity, global uniformity good? These are assumptions. But they are implicit in driving the agenda, and they are value laden, obviously. Therefore, we need to focus on standards, not standardisation. And the standards actually comes from being locally responsive around the moral purpose. Not standardisation, not a standardised curriculum. So every one of the Malaysia's universities, for example, would be looking at how it relates to its own unique set of sustainable development challenges. And actually trying to have students prepared to try and tackle those so that when they go out into the world as both citizens but also as professionals, they are used to the idea of tackling wicked problems. And the universities themselves should be living laboratories. They should model and practice what they preach in their culture, but also in looking at how they manage the Sustainable Development Goals. And I'm just going to finish off with what might be seen to be some emerging myths. Now, I'm being provocative here, but it's worth thinking about each of these. You know, one myth is information is learning. Information is just giving learning. So you can have all these MOOCs, but learning is changing the capabilities that you've got, the personal, interpersonal and cognitive capabilities in a positive direction. That's learning. Information doesn't automatically result in that. Teaching is learning is another myth. Another is learning is not a profoundly social experience. It is. We are social creatures. And information technology is always the answer. It is fabulous. There's no doubt about it. Look at what we're trying to do today. We couldn't do it without it. But there's also downsides as well as upsides. And you know all about social media and echo chambers, and you know, if you can start to see what was happening in January in the United States, etc., etc. It's a myth, in our view, that higher education is a cost, not an investment. It's an investment in your total social, cultural, intellectual capital of your country. And it's not, it's a myth that it's a sole purpose to produce work-ready graduates for today. And I'll go down the rest of these, you can see them all. You know, change is not progress. Change is something becoming different. Progress is a value judgment that it's worthwhile. And that's why I've been talking about the moral purpose and the values thing so much today. Another myth, of course, which George Bernard Shaw said, is that change is achieved by brute logic. And you see that very much in the challenges that are faced at the moment with people talking about climate change. Just talking about the science does not necessarily change those who are fixed. And consensus around the table, not around the data. The knight in the white charger, we just have one great person and it'll all change. Publicly humiliating people with rankings will make them improve. Rewarding individuals rather than teams. Competition's better than collaboration. You can see them there. There's nothing new in those. And they may or may not be, in your view, myths, but they are certainly those which are running around the world at the moment, which underpin the challenges that we all need to take into account when we're trying to build the new university for an uncertain future and an age of disruption where wicked problems like COVID actually become the challenge. And of course, the final one there is you see many universities, when they're not sure what to do, they'll restructure. So look, I'll leave you with that. There's the references I mentioned. The one at the very bottom there, the forthcoming one, is the one I mentioned, which actually outlines what I've talked about today. And that's in the series that we've been doing for Brill in Leiden over in the Netherlands. And this one's called Shaping a Wise Future. So I hope that's been useful. I hope I haven't gone too much over time. And it's been a delight to be invited to talk about our work around the world with you today. And I do hope that's helpful for you as the Global Higher Education Forum proceeds with the rest of its operations. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm speechless. It's amazing because it's a compression of years of experience and engagement. There's a lot of wisdom in there, and you've covered quite a lot of things. And I can relate to that. And this, this October will be my second year as a VC, and there's plenty to digest and plenty of things we have to do. And it's a tough balancing act.
Yeah, it is.
It's extremely difficult, and we have some very interesting questions here, and I think I'm going to read to you the 3 questions that were posed, and I think
I'm just going to write them down as you go, and then I won't forget them. Yep.
Sure. And before that, I think in USM as well, when we have our the school annual performance assessment, we've actually introduced narratives on how the school have actually impacted society or national agenda, and how are the programs related to SFDs, for example. It's trying to have that values incorporated in how schools look at themselves, and that's the aim is to not have one size fit all kind of assessment to all schools, because USM, for example, it's a comprehensive university offering 69 programs from the sciences to non-sciences and hybrid. And yes, trying to get everyone to agree on something of this nature is somewhat somewhat challenging to say the least. But anyways, so here's the question. One question from Majid Rasimi is, he says, among the proposed capability dimensions, i.e. Personal, interpersonal, or cognitive, which of them is the most important capability dimension? Now that also ties in well with the question by Doria Abdullah. She's asking, it's good to have the values or ethics turn, but much of the emphasis of the syllabus is cognitive in nature, and it's very outcome-based. It's outcome-based heavy, if you like, and of course values and ethics have to be measured.
Yep.
How do you go about doing that? And is there any proxy measurements? Even for myself, if I'm the VC and I say, what values did our students pick up from the university after 4 years in the university? Is there a number or a grading system, to fall back to. And of course, the third one is from Usharani Balasingam. She's asking, on the ratings, time, higher education ratings, and other existing rating system. What are your views on all these various rating systems, and how does some of them perhaps relate to strategic sustainable development? So those are the three questions first to kick off our Q&A session.
Okay, that's great. So, well, they're all classic questions, in fact, that we're grappling with in many places around the world. First of all, in terms of Majid and the capabilities, the personal and interpersonal capabilities are that are constantly rated as most important across all the professions for what it's worth. And it would be very interesting, by the way, to replicate some of these studies in Malaysia. You know what I mean? I've always thought, the more we can start to look at this across different cultural and geographical situations, the better it is for us. So I would love, if you're interested, to do that. I'm just currently doing another study in Canada on early career doctors. And the more we can get these going together, I think the better. So the ones that, Majid, the ones that constantly come out is being able to remain calm when things go wrong. That's the first one. In other words, the people do not like someone who blows up and screams and yells at them and blames them and runs around. It's the ability to actually tolerate ambiguity and to actually tolerate the ambiguous moment, and to do it in a way that is actually not putting people into tension, number one. Number two is the ability to listen to people rather than to talk. And, that's why I mentioned that listen, link, leverage and lead system. That works very, very well. Even if you've got firm ideas, you always need to listen to others to see whether your firm ideas are going to be engaged with by them. And the third one is being able to take a hard decision. And that's that issue that we were just talking about, which is, you're always caught on the horns of a dilemma. You're fine when things are running smoothly. It's only when things go wrong that we're really ever challenged in life. And that's where, working out what you stand for and the hard decision, which is people knowing your values before the hard decision has to be taken. And it's almost like setting up the criteria to say, guys, when I'm caught on the horns of a dilemma, it may be difficult for me to satisfy everyone. I'm going to do what my values are. And people love it. So that's the first one. In terms of the values and how you might assess the values, at McMaster University, I've been working with that flipped curriculum. There's 200 examples of how to assess the values and stuff like that in it. But I'll give you one example, right? And this is what we're currently looking at in Canada with those early career doctors. So as a capstone, before they go out and graduate, and there's a capstone called Dilemmas of Early Career Practice as a General Practitioner, right? These are general. And what they get is they're all sitting down with a computer in an exam room, and onto the screen comes a video of an actress acting out a real dilemma that an early career doctor has already given us, right? And a woman sitting there, she's about 28, 29, she's sitting talking on her iPhone 12 to her husband. She's got two lovely little kids, and she says, darling, I've got everything ready for dinner tonight. I'm coming home. I've got the kids. I'm just getting my mammography results now. They then cut, all 120 fledgling doctors sit there, and on their screen comes up the mammography results and the bloods. They have to, this is skill and knowledge, this is correct skill and knowledge. They have to diagnose whether this woman's okay or not in terms of breast cancer. Now, in fact, she's got secondaries, it's bad news. So they send off to the server their diagnosis first. Remember what I was talking about? Then, however, they say, she's walking through the door now, break the news to her. So suddenly it moves from science into Work Ready Plus, where she's got to break the news. The people have to read her and match. And then they say what they would do. That goes off to the server. Then they get to see what the actual doctor did, who came up with the dilemma. They then have to write an essay on how well they managed the news compared to the doctors, using the top 12 capabilities for successful early career doctors to analyse how well they went. Do you understand? That makes sense? So this is all doable. Now, there are examples in engineering. We've got the same ones. Killer moments in engineering. We've got them across every profession. And if you're interested in that, the Flip Correct site has on the home page, it's got a search button up on the top bar where you can search for exemplars of dilemma-based assessment. So that's one way we believe that's doable and is scalable because of, remember I mentioned using the technology? It's scalable ways of putting people into wicked moments. Remember, our whole topic is about wicked problems, isn't it? Yep. Well, that's a wicked problem. So you've got to learn that before you go out, not when you get out, in our view. And then the third one, you're talking about the Times Higher Ed impact ratings and rankings. There's no doubt that rankings, I think, can lead to all sorts of perverse behaviours. But that can also be utilised if you've got... they can be utilised for a moral purpose in a funny way. So, for example, Barney Glover, who's the Vice-Chancellor of Western Sydney University, when we put in for the Times Higher Ed impact rankings, and we did really well, then as Vice-Chancellor, Barney sees that as actually something efficacious in terms of his accountabilities. So, there's multiple ways of engaging people with morally robust change and the moral purpose of the Sustainable Development Goals. And in that sense, the Times Higher Ed impact ratings were certainly helpful for, I think, us at Western Sydney University to get senior executive support. But you've always got to be wary of it because people can game it. And it's always an issue also of wealth and disparity and inequity. Often the people who don't get up don't actually have the money, but they're doing far more per capita, in a sense, for the dollars they've got, the ringgits they've got, than you would expect in a country that's got a lot of money. So that Times Higher, I'm very wary of the perverse nature of rankings, but in certain cases they can be helpful.
Thank you, Prof. So I'm guessing you have to be pragmatic in that sense. Whatever that is positively applicable to your institution or not. But you mentioned this this dilemma questions. I think it's pretty much to gauge people's values. It's like that classic train that will it's about to hit 5 people, or you have the chance to divert that and hit 1 person, and that's classic dilemma question always posed in lots of classes as well. And I think we in USM we're trying to develop this social progress impact assessment to see what we do to the society can have what kind of impact we have. So so we have 2 more questions here. One from DAR. I think that is the acronym for Tan Sri Zul Razak. I think he's tuning in. Perhaps that's an honor to have Tan Sri with us, if that is true. He's asking, please comment on the issue of universities closure as a strategy in dealing with the disruptions. And another question from Muhammad Ali Abdul Rahman. His question is, teaching students how to fish rather than give them the fish. Can this be achieved in the present information technology and communications development as part of a sustainable goal?
Okay, yeah. So I'm tied. Tied up with the closure of the universities and information and communications technology issue that suddenly universities had to, those who were not doing an enormous amount suddenly had to jump into. Those mechanisms that I listed in one of the slides there is a set of quality checkpoints for are we doing the following. And certainly in Australia, there's a group called the Australian Council of Open and Distance Education, which I run, amongst others, the leadership training for, where we actually have a clearinghouse of good ideas. So, I think in terms of the closing of, if I understand the question correctly, if you're closing the university down as a result of COVID, then there's the issue of how do you maintain social interaction with people, and there are certainly groups around the world that actually are looking at what efficacious ways to engage people when they're actually having to do it online in the meantime. And hopefully once we all get vaccination working for the countries and we get hopefully to a better state of herd immunity, we'll get back to the social interaction that really underpins profound learning, but with information technology always having a role. So that's the first one. The second one, in terms of teaching students to fish rather than giving them the fish, that really raises something which we don't have much time to talk about now, and that's the issue of there being much more focus, there being a unit of study or a capstone unit even on information technology in the current age. And that raises issues around the Sustainable Development Goals around digital equity, for example. Like we're finding here in Australia, which is a first world country, we're finding now, well, all the schools are closed. We're finding the kids that are missing out are the ones who are living in crowded conditions in the suburbs of Western Sydney, where people don't have much money, they don't have good internet access, they don't have any devices at home, and yet they're doing home study. So the inequity breeds greater inequity. And that's a moral purpose value issue, which is actually an issue that relates to when we are training our graduates at universities. Some of those are going to go off and become politicians, and they need to actually somehow or other take with them that idea that those wicked problems like that, then the idea of having a moral purpose about looking at decreasing digital inequity rather than increasing it. So, you know, I suppose you can see the theme of what I'm getting at here. You know, I think it is doable for us to look at values and to look at personal, interpersonal capabilities. We can learn them provided we're focusing on them, and we can evaluate them given the McMaster model I gave. You know, you can evaluate these things, and the more we can work on this together, the better, you know, across our countries. You know, the more we can do some successful early career graduate ones and look at dilemmas and then look at capstones and do some ready, fire, aim, small little trial, you know, wings with students. You know, let's get a bunch of students just to have a look at it and to say what they think, you know. So we co-create stuff together with our students without over-committing first.
Yeah. I like that final part, because we are also doing our sort of our version of Ready, Fire and Aim. 70% of our students are from the household with who earns, you know, in the bottom 40, 70% of them, and so we grapple with the challenge of do you actually bring a sort of like a weak student to become good in the 4 years that they are here, or do you go from good to great, given the various socio-economic background, and as you mentioned just now, there's this divide, this digital divide, if you like. And so we actually doing experimenting with a program called Life, where we feed students with genomics and gerontology, because you know they need to have compassion for old age and all those things, financial literacy, computational and design thinking, Greek philosophy as well. So we were actually piloting this to see if we can have a similar introduction to the university from people from all respects of life, if you like. Now, so we have more questions here, Prof. I think we have enough time to entertain these questions. The first question is, what is your view about integrating education into society instead of separating them as education sector and social sector? And then the second one is thoughts on students with disabilities, which is often overlooked segment in the university community. You know, how do you prepare them for a disruptive and uncertain tomorrow? And the third one, this was from Magdalene. The third one is from Suhaimi. What is your view about public intellectual notion for university lecturers?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, and these are all excellent questions, by the way, everyone. So, and I think, you know, this is setting you up for the rest of your discussions, actually, over the rest of the forum. So, taking education into society, many years ago in 1977, I set up in New South Wales a project called the Outreach Project for technical and further education, where we were very concerned with people who had left school early, who didn't think they had any right to do any education, and we went out and with community groups, we actually set up, and this was done by New South Wales Technical and Further Education, but it could also be done by universities, where you literally go out and you set up, you talk to community contacts, and you talk to the community contacts who are working with groups who would not normally see themselves as having a right to go to do any post-secondary education at all. And you say, look, we just want to start humbly. We're not doing this for credit, but if there's anything you want to learn and you can get a group of 12 together, let me know as the outreach coordinator, and we'll see if we can take some resources out for you to do that learning that you're interested in at a time and location that suits you. Now, that was incredibly successful. That ended up bringing 90,000 adults back into education who didn't think they had a right to learn, because going out, it's a bit like the vaccination problem. Telling people to come in to get vaccinated is very different from going out to them on their home territory, understanding their culture and where they're at, and starting with them where they're at in order then to start to develop a personal relationship with you. So that notion of outreach, I think I commend. The Enactus 2030, if you haven't seen that site, I'd really commend everyone to look at it. The Enactus 2030 site, Enactus is the group that works with 75,000 students around the world in universities, going out to do community projects focused on their sustainable development goals. If you just put Enactus 2030 into your search engine, you'll see hundreds of projects where students have gone out to do work around the world. And one of the references I gave you in my slides there, the one for the NVCOCA, which is the European Journal of Sustainability, is on social entrepreneurship, outlines many of those projects. So that outreach notion, going out rather than telling people to come in, but starting with the idea of community education, actually also has some overlaps with the question about public scholarship. Because public, giving lectures to the already converted, who will be the ones that tune in, is only one version of public scholarship. You know what I mean? Like, basically, the only people that listen to you when you're giving the public scholarship are the people who want to listen to it. So the issue of outreach and going out and starting in a more nuanced way with people who are actually out there trying to take education to them and what they want to learn, that actually is a form of scholarship. And it's a much more natural and decent, a morally decent form of scholarship than always saying, we're fantastic, you've got to come to us, and if you don't come to us, then we don't care about you. So, you know, and that I know has great resonance in Malaysia in terms of the underpinning philosophy, you know. And then the final one is the students with disabilities. You know, I think the notion of information technology and adaptive technologies and so on for folks with disabilities is important. But just as important is what I was just saying about going out and listening and working with folks for co-creation around what would work for them. And that could become a very important and helpful capstone type project as part of your social enterprise projects, right? Is actually going out and working with those folks who have disabilities, the very elderly as well as the very young, working out what might we be able to do to take out outreach, if you like, projects to you, or to make your participation with us better. So that notion of listen, link, leverage and lead works in many ways as a mechanism to guide the university of the future.
Thank you, Rob.
Good.
All right, so I think we have come to the end of this session. You know, time flies when things are this good. So yeah, I'm sure if it's done in face-to-face, the participants will join me in showing our appreciation. We're doing it online. So again, thank you so much for your time. Fantastic sharing, and I'm sure that the participants will be looking for all the various references that you've shared with us on behalf of the organizing committee and GHEF 2021. Again, thank you so much, Mr. Scott.
Absolutely, my pleasure. And let us not make this the end of a relationship, but just something. So, you know, particularly if you can aggregate up any areas of interest into one person to contact me, then we can always actually start to look at some little projects together. You know, it's always much better to say, why don't we, than why don't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, it's been great, and all the very best to everyone. So I shall say farewell now to everybody. Okay. Bye. Bye.
Thank you very much to the moderator and keynote speaker for the very interesting sharing just now. All right, so let's take a break before continuing with the second keynote presentation. Again, I would like to remind you that CPD points are awarded for this session. You can access the link in the chat box, and the QR code will be displayed on screen for the participants. Now the Malaysian time is 10:45 a.m. and we will meet again at 10:50 p.m. Malaysian time. So we'll take a 5 minutes break. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
in September 2019. So please welcome Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Zulkifli bin Abdul Razak.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Greeting of peace. Konnichiwa. A very good morning. Salam sejahtera. I'm indeed very delighted to be here, and I must thank the organizers and the Vice Chancellor for giving me this special privilege to moderate Dr. Yuko Harayama's session. She is not a stranger to us, particularly for those who are searching for the new future and looking at Society 5.0 as a real alternative of what the future could bring. So I'll be very brief on her. I think you can always Google her name and you'll get all sorts of information from her. She, I would believe, be one of the major architects of trying to make this 5.0 a reality in Japan, with all the strategies and the meanings and also the implementations of it. We can see the implementation of Society 5.0 in the last Tokyo 2020 Olympics, although it is not well highlighted because of COVID-19. but there is already a glimpse of what Society 5.0 means to the Japanese and hopefully to the world at large. Now, Dr. Yuko, if I may, is now working in RIKEN, another very well-known research university institution. She is, if I'm not mistaken, the executive director, principally charged with international efforts of making RIKEN worldwide and known to other people. She is definitely the person that we want to talk to in the context of disruption, in the context of new universities, paradigm and framework. And I will stop at that. And I will now invite her to talk about 5.0. I want to maximize the time because there will be many questions that are coming from you, especially also after listening to Professor Jeff Scott just a while ago. So on that note, can I invite Dr. Harayama for her presentation, What Matters of Society 5.0. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your kind introduction. I'm very happy to be with you today. And my attempt today is really to think about the age of disruption for higher education through the lens of Society 5.0. Just to go to in the substance, we talk about new universities with my previous presenter, Dr. Scott. Of course, we have talked about new universities, but we have long history of universities. Just introducing my topics. Before introducing my topics, I will come back to the long history. Universities as social institutions, we may start from the University of Bologna in Europe around 1088. And then we knew so many changes, transformations, evolution of this institution through time. And just note some critical period. And that could be said Humboldt University, 1852, at the roots of modern research universities. So having education training function and research hand to hand. And from this period, we saw the really emergence of different types of universities. And we can talk about the higher education system, not only one model, but systems. And today, we see the emergence of more new type of universities in names of virtual universities. And the very pioneer was Open University. And now we are using more and more massive online open courses, MOOCs in short, and we see also emergence EdTech today. So how to combine that? So we are alongside ever-evolving university system, but we can ask ourselves, what's new today? And where we go with under the COVID-19 and many other factors coming into higher education system. So just having thinking about what's before COVID-19, what was normal for us. Even before, we knew that it was really a time of accelerated changes driven by digital transformations, in particular empowered by AI. And we are living in the ever more connected and networked society. And we see the power of science, technology, and innovations. And we saw ever increasing sphere of human influences, not only on the nature, we talk about SDGs, but also on ourselves, on human. Take the case of AI, neurosciences, and also genome editing technologies. And before the COVID-19, we saw already many unknowns. For example, impact on our sites or on our society of these technologies. And we see the ever more increased independencies and what could be effects of this trend. And also what I say already is the impact on the nature is so many unknown. And we are tackling with SDGs. And also we have been surrounded by many, many uncertainties. Just to name a few, sustainability with the nature and geopolitics dimensions have been increasing, and even addition to the value of democracy has been under pressure. So, and now with COVID-19, what's happened? What's happened on the ground? We may say impact on the health and human is really a critical thing, but also COVID-19 is imposing new rules of the game. Many constraints on mobility of people, mobility of goods, and we have been disturbed on person-to-person relationship. Social distances imposed, and many constraints on the most of the social institutions how to make a business global change. So as a consequences, we saw increased inequality and social divide. And also at the same time, COVID-19 was accelerator of changes. Digital transformation became critical, crucial to use all this technology. And take the case of development of vaccines. It's thanks to the open science, sharing data, sharing research results, and we are moving more quickly than before. But also we saw the system of surveillance. For example, we are able to make tracking more easily, and it was useful for the COVID-19, but it may be used for other purposes. And it means we have to act, I'm sorry, we have to act differently. First step, we see the virtual substituting, and in particular, partially physical connection. And we are thinking about new way of discover the sense of community and solidarity, because we feel more isolated. So we have to think about new form of community making. And we have to assess what is essential, because we can do everything at the same time, so concentrate on essentials. And we see the key elements in this story is, first of all, role of science, technology, and innovations. And also the value of preparedness. And what we are doing today, which action we are taking today, is really impacting the future. That means we have to think about the responsibility, reasonable action for the future generation. But what could be the implication on higher education? To talk about this, to discuss about impact on higher education, I would like to introduce Society 5.0 as a means to set a framework for the discussions. So just in short, in some slides, it is a concept proposed by the Japanese governments. I have been one of them. When we have been starting to discuss about how to formulate our scientific innovation policy. Just a background, really short historical framework for the Japanese context. Since 1995, we are functioning on the base of 5-year planning to lead our science, technology, and innovations. And after the 2014-15, we have been in the preparation of 5th Science Technology Basic Plan. I was really working for the Japanese government at this moment. And with my colleagues at the Council for Scientific Innovation, we have been discussing how to prepare the 5th Scientific Basic Plan. So based on the discussion, we recognize that we have been living in the time of accelerated change as digital transformation, as I explained to you before, and almost impossible to foresee the future, so unforeseeable future. So it is contradictory with planning thinking, because we need to have clear idea what the future will be to make sure that our plan is appropriate. So it's really a difficult task to make a plan for 5 years. And also at the same time, we saw the emergence of global societal challenge, to just name a few: climate change and other inequality. And the 2015 was, remember, SDG was under preparation. So we have been working at the same time the SDGs. So based on this recognition of these elements, we felt we need to have a new grade of scientific innovation policy. So from this, we say, instead of putting technology at the heart, by the past it was really more technology-driven approaches. We have to shift to more human-centered approaches and putting society at the heart. And also, we'll be using fully the power of scientific innovation, but society should be backed by STI, including AI, big data, IoT, robotics, and so on. But we need to really make clear, to have a clear idea and which values we will be putting at the center of the future society. So after the discussion, we identify some key values in names of openness, sustainability, and inclusiveness. And looking after the society, we say no anymore just top-down type of policy, but we need to put everybody on board, including ordinary citizens. No, it's not anymore reserved to scientists, engineers, politicians, but for everybody. And in particular, it was so important to have this approach in the context of aging society. So just you understand now why we are putting society at the heart, but what 5.0? So it's really, we need to think about the role of technology. And for that, we have our attention was to revisit the meaning of development. And for the civilization point of view, we may say, starting with hunting and gathering society, and it was what we call it society 1.0. And remember, this time we have been living in symbiosis with nature, because we have been dependent fully on the thanks of nature, and to keep the power of nature was really a necessity for the survival of human being. And then never more human was not satisfied to be dependent on the nature, but working on the nature. Then you see the agrarian society coming in and 2.0, and it was really starting of beginning of the human organization. Later on, not only working on the nature, we have been able to master the power. And then we moved to the industrial society 3.0. And we have been able to make mass production and standardization all the way impacting the nature of the society, social structures. And then today, where we are increasing user of intangible and network and information. So we are today information society 5.0. And we are really becoming network connected thanks to all these tools. And the challenge will be designing, imagining what's next. We call 5.0 the next society that we will be building together with the precepts just I described before. Goal being to advance scientific innovation and also to achieve economic growth, but as well as well-being. We are putting society and human at the center. And we have to really use digital transformation as an enabler, not dictating our life. And also we have to address societal challenges in the context of aging society. But we see there are many challenges also induced by this transformation. So privacy issues, all these ethical issues should be addressed with. And also we need to contribute to the global prosperity. And that's why we are aligned with the society 7.0 with the sustainable development goals. And we need to talk about the governance framework and digital transformation. So to put really in short, this is the definition which you can find in our 5th scientific and basic plan. The key element is regardless of age, gender, location, language, or the limitation, to be able to fulfill a comfortable lifestyle, society at the first, and where everybody can receive high quality services. So this is the concept of society 4.0. So now we have to check what's the impact of COVID-19, and through the eyes, we try to look at through the eyes of society 5.0. What I said before, so many constraints and accelerating digital transformations. And we saw that so many impact constraints on the human being, not only the health, but the way we organize our life, social institution. So the idea of putting human at the center is essential. And also, as we saw that we need to create new sense of community, expressing a new way of solidarity and assessing what is essential. This exercise could be done by participation of everybody. So we need to put everybody on board to this endeavor. Of course, we need to take advantage of power of scientific innovation. So based on the scientific innovation, and as I say, we are responsible with our action for the future generation. That means we need to keep this value together and share way to address the impact of COVID-19. So what I may say, Society 5.0 is still valid in some sense because human-centered approach is needed more than ever before. And we have to take more and more advantage of scientific innovation just to understand COVID-19 and to develop vaccine, therapeutic, and diagnostic tools, but also to understand the impact of COVID-19 on our society and human being. We need to mobilize social sciences and humanities and arts. And we need to really to develop and experiment means to adapt to the new normal. Of course, the value of openness, sustainability, inclusion is key, and everybody on board is really critical. So what's impact on higher education and road of higher education? That's the next step. We see it has been developed by Professor Scott before. I'm probably repeating some of items. So that can be summarized in this slide. I just mentioned different functions of higher education. Teaching. We have been able to timely adapting to online and hybrid. But we need to add human touch in this education. So how to do that? We need to discuss together. Regarding research activities, some activities have been temporarily suspended, postponed, and redesigned. But we have been able to use advantage of data. So accelerating data-driven approach and online collaboration was in place very quickly. And the priority was on COVID-19 related work. And through this, we saw the value of institutions that we call preprints, sharing data, sharing information before the final publication, and open science. And we see the active contribution to the development of vaccine, therapeutic, and diagnostic tools. It's really important to have this research activity within higher education. And also research infrastructure services provided by higher education, some have been temporarily suspended, but we have been able to switch online again, accelerating remote operation, and it's make greater access to this information, infrastructures, and public services, and delaying service provision sometimes, but informing the general public and the policymakers about COVID-19. And we saw the greater demand and expectation of pressure on higher education to make more informing people and providing public services. And how to address this information, how to ensure the research intuitive. That's this dimension we should be discussing together. And that's the testing the capacity to adapt and to serve society for activities. So this is my last slide. I would say key tips. It's really based on my personal experiences. As universities, as a social institution, we need to know ourselves. And even under the pressure of the COVID-19 and many other pressures, we have to take account to make advantage of existing assets. So taking over your asset. And sometimes when you are inside, you don't see the value of your assets. We need to have a look from outside. So we need to really explore view from outside and probably to discover hidden value of your own assets. And also I'm repeating sometimes with Professor Scott's arguments, we need to create space for experimentations and learning from trial and error. So really challenging new way of running universities. And basically what is the key is dialogue and dialogue and dialogue. And what is critical is find your partner outside your comfortable zone. That's mean different institutions, but different discipline and global partners. And also the role of society for the society. We have to remember we are socially embedded institutions. And what could be the challenge is to be unique and to be engaged for the society. So this is my slide. And
Tak dengar suara. Baik. I have somehow rather lost your voice, Dr. Harayama.
oh, I'm sorry. So
Okay.
for the last slide, probably.
Yes.
I was just talking about tips on my presentations. And as I say, is really argument to be unique and to be engaged. And I'll be very happy to talk, explain more detail, Society 5.0, but I'll be happy to discuss with you on what could be the new university, what could be the next generation of universities related to the what I discussed together.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for that very enlightening and very unique presentation. I think we will see many things that the Japanese are taken in a different stride and a different approaches. For sure, I think the word 4IR does not appear in a big way as this in many developed countries, particularly Malaysia. We are still talking about technologically oriented education rather than a human-centered education, despite our national philosophy talks about the human-centric sort of education. So I think we have got about 15 minutes now to go for the question and answer session. If I can have the first question, I'll be happy to post it. But otherwise, I will start with my own question, Dr. Yuko, if you don't mind. I think it amazes me that the Japanese are always one step ahead of the world, as it were. I'm beginning to read Osaka 2025 that you are planning. I hope the COVID will be kinder then, to see a lot more of the new initiative of human-centric education, human-centric society, and also human-centric science, as it were. Now, what is it that makes the Japanese think quite differently from the world at large?
You know, when you look at the history of Japanese industry development after the Second World War, we have been in the phase of catching up existing advancement of technology outside Japan, in particular US and Europe. And we are working hard. So our value was really working hard and really investing in the technologies. And we are improving imported technology, and we are able to create additional value to the technology. And it was the driver of economy and driver of well-being for the society as a whole. But by the end, if we look back to what's happened with industry developments, sometimes we are not so good for the nature, and even for the social institution. The way we are working was not sustainable in the way to keep the value of human beings. So really assessing our past experiences. That's why we have to have a new way of moving ahead. Of course, we taking advantage of technological capacity, but it is not the only unique driver. That's why we said we have to really reassess the positioning of technology, and also putting at the heart this society and the human being. So it is not saying we are leaving aside of technological advancement. We will be leaving, and we are advancing again for the technology. But technology, by say, technology is any more the cases. And that's why the challenge was really making people as a driver. And even today we see the advancement of artificial intelligence. And even with the industry sector, we are using robots and industry robots. But many tasks will be replaced by technologies. But the key decision making and the key beneficial should be human. And also we need to redesign our way of running our society. As I say, with the rise of aging society, we have to make society more friendly for everybody, including elderly, small children, foreigner, and to make sure that we are living for the value of human being. That's an issue.
Okay. If I can just follow up, there's a question coming up. I just follow up from your question. We talk about values very, very much now after the COVID-19. Could I then assume that this value-based education is already culturally ingrained or innately put in the Japanese society?
Education system, Japanese education system very efficient because we have primary school, secondary, high school, and university system quite well organized and in an efficient way. Today, the question is only efficiency is critical, or do we need to have more human-centered education, as you say? The answer is the second one. That's why we need to invest more on the human relation side, and also to make aware of our young students and university students to have concern about the impact of their action on society and on the nature too. So it was very timely to have SDGs since 2016 and Society 5.0 since 2016, okay? And it's really a kind of invitation as teaching materials to redesign the way we set up our curriculum and also make sure that they have good transition from school system into society. So that's really, we have to really, probably we are taking more advantage of technologies, EdTech including, but this is not to really focus on the technology themselves, but to be able to use all this technology in a way to have more human touch in education and higher education.
Thank you very much. There's a question that talks about, we are talking about education as a human endeavor to make sure that human civilization lives on. But the question is, why do you put the label 5.0? Why the numbering? It sounds very technological rather than human-centric. That was the question.
Just to explain to you the background, why we adopted this 5.0, it's really IT people's thinking. When you are creating your new algorithm, when you have a new version, you have 1.0, 2.0. So the ideas was really putting society at the heart. But how to explain the future design of society? Some says we have to think about the super society, extra society, some adjective to clarify the differences between today and the next step. But it didn't sound so good. And to make feel at home for any type of people, we say today we are talking about internet and everybody are connected and everybody feel familiar with this type of expressing different versions. So that's why we adopted new way, but it's really, we are not against technologies. We are exploring technology, but to serve society, to serve human. So it is not contradictory for us to have society and 5.0.
Okay, thank you. I think in other words, you are trying to humanize technology, as it were. There's a second question that coming up. It says, are you promoting moral values enablers technology?
This is really a question that we have, this debate within the Japanese context, because now we are focusing more on enabling technology, more data-driven technologies, but the strength of Japanese industries is more on the Industry 4.0 type of technology. Car industries, other manufacturing technologies, and it was the really star in 1970-18. Today, what we need is really combining, not putting aside all this technology, but adding new value to this technology, because even if you are looking at high-tech technology like Google and so on, so they are shifting, adding to their technology all their devices, product, manufactured product. So we don't need to have really separation between information aside and manufacturing, but this combination. And the key will be how to foresee the evolution of your businesses and really combining all these traditional technology and enabling technology. So that's the difficulty because when you knew that success in your sector, you stick to this success story, and difficult to foresee what could be really a new challenge for you. So today, it's time for the Japanese sectors to really think about the futures, combining, capturing the value of new enabling technology, but not only these technologies.
All right. And there's another question. How do you guard against the negative impacts of technology? We're talking about addiction, for example, loneliness, all these new quote-unquote human-centric problem that leads to mental health. Most of these are sort of attributed to the misuse of technology. How do you guard against this for the younger generation, at least?
So we are at the government encouraging to really invest in new technology, enabling technologies, and also to implement all this technology in everyday life. Many cases with new technology, information-related one, online technology, and so on. So just a case of a smartphone. So we are really heavy user of this technology, and it's enabling, facilitating our life. At the same time, we have a negative aspect. You are connected, but you feel more isolated. And also you feel you are surrounded by so many informations, but you are lost in this information. You are losing what could be the references for you. So any technology, more and more, they have two faces, usefulness and probably potential negative impact on you. So there's no one-fit-all solution, but the approach that we are trying to really encourage is from the beginning, those who are developing technology, engineers, scientists, to have a discussion and to think about the misuse or bad use of technology from the beginning, and to make sure that you are conscious about this. And for that, we need to have this approach, everybody on board, inviting ordinary citizen or potential user or small children to this debate, and really have feedback from others. Because usually when you are inventing some technology, you are so glad to have this technology, and you see it's the best thing for the society. It's your own view.
Yeah.
And you have to check, assess your vision with others. So first of all, we talk about living lab or space for experimentation. I was talking about this idea really from the beginning, before that your product will be on the market. Think about engaging people to have a feedback, and if it's possible, to prevent negative impact.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you quite a kind of technical question. I don't know whether it's a fair question, but I think you should be able to grasp on this. There is this concern about this point called the singularity. I'm sure you have heard the singularity, where the human intelligence are overtaken by algorithms, the AIs, that will create another sort of interaction, or what they call the post-human interaction or the transhuman interaction. Has this gone into the calculation of Society 5.0 when we talk about moving the human-centered sort of approach of moving forward?
As I mentioned in my presentation, as a key enabler, we have the artificial intelligence and also combined with the neurosciences. So we will be able to go in depth in human being to understand what's happening and control and manipulate in some sense. Singularity is domination by AI. And there are many debates on that. And that's why when we started with the Society 5.0, I have been able to call to set up a committee within the Council for Scientific Innovation, working on the AI and the human society. And we have discussing about 6 months, and we have launched a report, and we are making sure that we be investing in AI technology. At the same time, what's a key element we have to be careful about? So many dimensions like economic dimension, technological dimension, social dimension, and ethical dimensions, and so on. So we have listed some factors, and that's exactly what we have discussed before. When you are developing new technology, you need to take care of these dimensions. So you can have a look on our report, and this route became a kind of principle for development AI, and we have expressed Japanese view on these principles, bringing these principles into the OECD debate, and now you have OECD principle for AI, and we are in line with the thinking. But it's nice to have these principles, but next step will be implementing on the real cases or this principle. So we are just checking what's happening on the ground. But regarding singularity, I have a chance to discuss so many experts in this field. Technologically, it's possible, but today and in the coming foreseeable future, this kind of singularities story will never happen. But we have to be careful about the use of technology because they are potential. And the way is, one way of thinking is putting human in the loop. But my arguments will be putting human at the center. So that's the way we have to continue to discuss and make sure that everybody is keen about all these issues. It's not leaving this debate to only engineers.
One last question, perhaps, if you don't mind. I think we are going to wrap up the session soon. As you talk about changing education in Japan, are you looking at the whole spectrum of preschool right down to tertiary school, or do you kind of segment it? What is the approach that you take in Japan for this Society 5.0?
As I explained to you at the university level, just to make cases, we are encouraging universities to introduce at the first to second years, to have not discipline-oriented courses. So adding a new program, cross-cutting, and SDGs are an example to think about societal challenges and make sure that what we are learning and that we developing later on will be parts of this debate and encouraging to have cross-disciplinary actions. So this is at the university level. At the same time, primary, secondary level school, we many pilot cases of school program introducing SDGs as a platform to make our children thinking about the future and also nature and society. So there are many additional courses. The problem is time constraints. They have so many things to run, and we don't want to lose essential competencies. But additionally, we need to have this thinking, and it is not at the university level, but from the beginning, from the primary school.
Thank you very much, Dr. Harayama. I think your session a little so exciting that the time is not sufficient. We'll probably call you back again to have a bigger discussion on what need to do as we move forward. So on behalf of the audience and the organizer, I would like to thank you from the bottom of our heart for your enlightening talk, and also opening up another windows for Malaysians, particularly when we talk about 4IR. Please have in mind that whether the human being are in the center or they are there at all. The way it goes now, I think the human beings are being siphoned out, because it's all about technology, about economics, and it's not about the people as such. So I hope this session will bring us to a closure in trying to understand where we need to go forward. And for that, I would like to thank again Dr. Yuko Harayama for the enlightening presentation, and we wish you well. Thank you very much, and back to the moderator.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
A pleasure.
Right, thank you very much, moderator and our keynote speaker, for the very intriguing session just now.
Before moving on to the next agenda, we'll take a short 5-minute break. I would like to remind you that CPD points are still awarded for this session. The link will be given in the chat box, and the QR code will be displayed on screen for the participants. We'll see each other again at 11:45 a.m. Malaysian time. Thank you.
Welcome back, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Next, let us listen to Dr. Tian Lei Mi of University Science Malaysia and the head committee of the Symposium on Women in Higher Education. So please welcome Dr. Tian Lei Mi.
Good morning, selamat pagi kepada semua, ladies and gentlemen. Malaysian Ministry of Higher Education, Ministry of Women, Family and Community Developments, and University Science Malaysia, with the Secretariat from IPPT and USM, have collaboratively conducted a Women's Symposium in Higher Education last month, 13th July. Allow me to share or introduce you this Women's Symposium in Higher Education in 3 domains: introduction, programs, and highlights. This symposium has provided a unique venue for women from higher education and other relevant stakeholders to discuss and share perspective, ideas and innovations on current issue related to the disruptive era, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the higher education ecosystem. This symposium has 4 specific objectives. First, to serve as a platform for women to discuss and share views, new ideas on current issue related to disruptive era, sustainability, leadership, and higher education. To provide an opportunity for participants to network and encourage discussion on women-related issues such as leadership, employability, quality, and higher education. To foster multi-perspective discussion among women in higher education on matters related to the theme. And lastly, to enhance collaboration between universities, ministries, and other stakeholders in empowering women to adapt to the current era of convergence. We are happy that this symposium has attracted 150 participants. They are academics, administrative staff, postgraduate students, government delegates, industrial players, and NGO representatives. The symposium began with a sharing section entitled Women in Higher Education, presented by Professor Dr. Nurzaini Azman. Next is the first panel discussion section with the theme entitled Women in Academic and Research. The speakers included Professor Dr. Asma Ismail, Dr. Sharin Tiagaraja, and Dr. Chai Lei Ching. Following this is a group discussion. It's a group discussion with the invited participants. From the discussion, there are 5 emerged themes here, namely leadership, health, community and industry engagement, mobility and international collaboration, and literacy and digital citizenship. For the afternoon section, the second panel discussion related to students in higher education. The speakers included Professor Dr. Halima, Dr. Isan Ismail, and Professor Dr. Noraida Endut. So what has been discussed in this panel discussion will continue in the next sections of group discussion. There are 5 emerged themes based on the input from the group discussion: employability and entrepreneurship, digitalization and future of work, social issues, sexual and reproductive health, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, or what we used to call as STEM. Allow me to take this opportunity to share with you challenges or gaps in these two main key issues discussed in this Women's Symposium. First, women in academic and research. Second, students in higher educations based on the emerged sub-dimensions. For the key issue of women in academic and research, these are the challenges that has been raised out by the participants in both panel discussion and also group discussion. For the first sub-dimension, leadership, there is a lack of women icons and mentors at higher education level, less participative decision-making at authority level, although we understand that the number of women involvement is getting larger in higher education, but we still have this kind of challenges. Second sub-dimension, literacy and digital citizenship, a lack of knowledge in technology, where women are found easily give up and always find the easiest way to solve problems. The digital economy in rural areas is still underdeveloped, and internet accessibility problems are still remained rampant. For the third sub-dimension, health, women always having the challenge to handle busy tasks at work and family. For the single mother with children with disabilities, there's a lack from the support where they deserve. Next, for the fourth sub-dimension under the key issue of women in academic research, community and industrial engagement, a lack of women public figures to be recognized by the community. We have, but the numbers is still small. The women industrial sector remain at small scale level. Next sub-dimension is mobility and international collaboration. Family used to be the main concern of women leaders to move. At the international level, the support given to the women is not fully studied. For the next key issue, students in higher education, there are 5 sub-dimensions emerged from the panel and also the group discussion. The first sub-dimension is social issue. So there is still a lack of information on P for the women. Asian culture and the way women are raised influence their thinking style. Conservative and feeling unwilling to share family problems and issues. They choose not to expose their problems to others. And this is strongly rooted in Asian culture and also their local indigenous culture. So there are stigmas and stereotypes for married women. Next, sexual and reproductive health. There is always a tendency to find easiest ways to live well. That's why it's not surprising knowing the issue such as sugar baby, sugar book, and so on. And then cases of sexual harassment among children and cases of abuse of women have increased. Another one is employability and entrepreneurship. Awareness of women's diverse abilities is lacking. They have the talent, they have the ability, but they have a minimal level of awareness how to make use of their ability to get a better life in society. So there is no direction to develop their skills. They have, but they don't have the direction to develop. So the fourth sub-dimension under the key issue of students in higher education is digitalization and future of work. Women are still less skilled in using the digital platform in cyberspace. And again, Asian culture strongly influence their thinking. There are stigma and stereotypes for married women. And the last sub-dimension is STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So the input informed us that STEM-based industry prefer men for employment for certain categories. And also interest in STEM among women is declining. So the highlights, what next? Based on this symposium on women in higher education. Well, it serves as a research-based development program that offers feedback from various perspectives, coaching and practical strategies aimed at enhancing women in higher education with knowledge, tools, and supportive learning environment to help them navigate this time of convergence. And it is hoped that input from the Women's Symposium will be used to propose recommendations related to women and higher education in enhancing and supporting the National Women Policy, the Women Development Action Plan, Malaysia's National Policy on Industry 4.0, and also Shared Prosperity Vision 2030. With this, I end my presentation and sharing. Thanks for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tian Li Mi, for the presentation. We shall take a 5-minute break for now. As usual, we'd like to remind you CD points are also awarded. The link will be given in the chat box. And then we'll see each other again in 5 minutes time, which is 12:03, 12:02 Malaysian time.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Moving on, I would like to call upon Associate Professor Dr. Azharuddin Shah Abdullah of University Science Malaysia and the head of committee for the Youth Symposium to share some insights from the Youth Symposium, Re-envisioning the Future of Work in Disruptive and Unprecedented Times. Please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Noor Azharuddin Shah Abdullah. Dr. Shah, you may proceed with the presentation. Thank you. Seems that Dr. Shah, Dr. Noor Azharuddin is having some technical issues, right? I'm sure he'll join us real soon.
It's okay.
Dr. Noor Azharuddin, the floor is yours.
And I am here to present a summative session for the Youth Symposium. Screen. Extremely lucky to be a part of the team that actually organized this youth symposium with the content of my presentation would be spread into three and share views in terms of new ideas, and also understand the current trends, especially the current times. And the future of work. There are about 80 participants that was involved, and mainly they are students from Malaysian higher education. session. The first session starts with a panel discussion, which actually covers the transition from school to tertiary education. Associate Professor Dr. Gashina Ayu. And the session, it was a one-hour session that was actually moderated by Mr. Saiful Reza. Mr. Sinan Ismail and also Professor Dr. Haslinda Abdullah, and was moderated by Ms. Nabila Ridwan Lau.
Excuse me, Dr. Dini.
So yeah, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry, Dr.
So there are two parts of the.
You're going on and off the camera, Doctor. So may we suggest that you turn off your camera, Dr. Din?
Hello, guys, can you hear me now?
Yes, Dr. Din, we can hear you clearly.
All right, thank you. Right, so I would like to continue. So as you can see, that the two panel sessions that covers the transition from school to tertiary education and the tertiary education to work. So at that there is a continuity between session 1 and session 2, and right in the after each of the panel discussion, there will be a focus group discussion that will discuss pertinent points on issues related to the transition from school to tertiary education and also tertiary education to work. Now, prior to that, we understood that there are points, key issues to be highlighted. So with regards to happenings that is going on with our country, and also issues that has been expressed continuously, transition from school to tertiary education covers 5 points, which are lost boys, B40, which is combine them both, lost boys and B40, meritocracy, career readiness and counseling, also self-discipline, morality and mental health. While tertiary education to work covers 5 points that includes employability and workability, global citizenship, entrepreneurship and gig economy, alumni, and also leadership and volunteerism. So today, I would like to share with you the pertinent points that we have managed to get hold during the panel discussion and also the group discussion. So I would like to point out 2 major points for each of the section. So this slide actually shows the 3 parts, the lost boys and the B40 group, the meritocracy and career readiness and counseling, and also self-discipline, morality, and mental health that covers the transition from school to tertiary education. So this is only school to tertiary education. So for the case of lost boys, there are 2 pertinent points that was discussed and also that was pointed out by panelists. That is, number 1, intervention, continuity, and closing the loop. And number 2 is basically statistics and real numbers that make sense. Now, is it as if we focus on the intervention, continuity, and closing the loop, the biggest question is it a cycle? Now, it is undeniable that early identification, which is key in this case, is quite straightforward for the B40s, but it is a tad more tricky to identify high-risk lost boys. I mean, lost boys will not be lost boys until they are lost boys. So the idea here is to identify those who shown or exhibited high risk to be lost boys in the future. And this is not quite straightforward as like the B40s. But a number of comments associated within the discussion and also within the panels, there is no actual continuity in terms of what to do, although there are known intervention plans. So the key word here is perhaps a cycle or a continuous support. And the continuity is critical, especially in providing counseling, coaching, and motivation, and other psychological and emotional support. And clarity and purpose is also very important. Quite a number of panel members discussed and argued, saying that for intervention, continuity, and closing the loop for the Lost Boys and B40 group, most of the programs are pretty one-off and may not be as impactful as they are. And early management, for example, transition from academics to skills-based. Many of the Lost Boys and B40 group may not be able to adapt with the academic challenges. Thus, perhaps there should be a smoother transition from academics to skills-based, with certification and employability enhancement qualities should be offered to them. And one of the bigger questions is, if education cannot be used as an opportunity for the children of the B40 families to break poverty and be free of the B40 rat race, then education has fallen far from its mark. And Malaysia still has the opportunity to correct the situation at the current moment. And it is important for us to spread the knowledge and the skills in order for the future, to be able to be spread, for the wealth to be able to spread in the future. Right. So the second bit that concerns the Lost Boys and the B40 is basically the statistics, real numbers that make sense. And it is not just some statistics that has been reported, whether those numbers are important or not. So in this case, numbers are of extremely importance, and it is shown that these numbers, these basic numbers, are very, very difficult to be obtained. And while these numbers are of extreme importance, and they may show whether such intervention are impactful or less, apparently they are little group or little people that is keeping score. There are so limited case studies on Lost Boys, and even the transition of B40 students, and we would wish that would be proper case studies, or there is an offer to actually pick up sections to be put together to actually show and paint a proper picture of what B40 intervention and Lost Boys intervention are like. So this is currently something which is absolutely lost, and we need to understand whether current intervention is successful or not, impactful or not, and perhaps there should be a pilot program that would try out interventions to pools of high-risk candidates of would-be Lost Boys or the B40 group. So none of these are actually available, right? Moving on to the second part, which is basically meritocracy, career readiness, and counseling. Right. The first and foremost is about career appreciation and understanding. And mine, this is the transition from school to tertiary education. Yeah. So the first step is basically getting the right course for you to pursue the right career. So career appreciation and understanding is extremely important. Quite a number of times where you've got career enthusiasts feel that the effort on career appreciation and understanding, especially in the secondary school levels, can be improved, can be considerably improved. So firstly, while the traditional employment's appreciation and understanding is still limited, so the traditional employments, the current engineers, doctors, dentists, blah, 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 and so on, even at that level, the appreciation and understanding is still limited at the secondary level. We are talking about a bigger gap, which is actually getting bigger day by day, which is basically the 21st century careers. And there is also already an argument saying that the 22nd century careers have not even arrived, and we don't know how is it going to be like. Although we don't have the crystal ball for the future, however, it is important for us to close the gap by giving input to the current students, to the secondary students, as early as possible on the current 21st century careers which are available. Secondly, turning skill hobbies into careers and skills into profits. And these are basically non-existent discussions. We can see quite a number of people that turn their hobbies into good careers and somehow translate their skills into profits. And this comes into the third part where entrepreneurial endeavors in the secondary school are fairly still limited. So to change hobbies and gaps into careers that would actually give you profit would entitle you to some entrepreneurial understanding, and this is also fairly limited at the secondary level. And finally, strength, weakness, and such profiling is nearly not there. The question is, should there be a practical and on-site experience to reduce in-and-form course selection and diminish those kinds of mismatch of courses at university level? Or is it time for us to actually push for experiential learning for secondary students to experience themselves what their chosen careers are, for them to actually understand and differentiate interest and skills? And should there be a proper profiling for each student to help career selection as a roadmap, a proper roadmap in terms of streaming interest, talent, skills, and nurturing what that is needed for one to actually pursue such career and ask for one particular course at the university level. Right. Secondly, it's a question between academic merit, skills, soft skills, and traits. I think the payout currently is all about academic achievement, and even the panel members and the group discussion was talking about academic achievement being the key entrance point, and all shall flock to that particular one buy-in. So there is some kind of singularity in terms of secondary education quality, where all you need is just academic paper qualification, and it's so unclear in terms of meritocracy, in terms of what kind of achievements that you have in sports and other skills. So the question is, should skills and soft skills and specific traits be currencies for university entrance? Should also assessment of examinations, academic assessments should be year out rather than based on one major examination? Should the 21st century skills be incorporated much more here? And should more should life relevant subjects be introduced? More life relevant subjects in the bigger questions. Are we SDG friendly? And what is our sustainable development goal for our secondary education? Are we ready to move on, or are we sitting down at the same seat and we are happy about it? And last but not least, to cover the transition from school to tertiary education is self-discipline, morality, and mental health. We're talking about awareness and experience. It's readiness for secondary students to be in tertiary education, and that transition is actually quite huge, and it is something that is poorly discussed. It is not something that is always discussed, and it is sad due to the fact that there is a huge difference between secondary and tertiary education in terms of intensity, content, depth, and needs, among others. And there is no bridging between this secondary and tertiary education. And this needs to be made aware as early as possible, as continuous as possible. And unfortunately, the trend of poor mental health in tertiary institutions also needs to be checked as well. You've got some institutions abroad have proper assessments, but we don't actually have that. So again, the experiential learning is perhaps key to identify classroom skills needed. Surviving the transition is also key, and proper planning and awareness may make it work. And this is important in terms of adaptability and also discipline. And the second part for the transition of school to tertiary education is basically assessments, tools, and support group. Do we need assessments and skills in managing self-discipline, morality, and mental health? And this is more emphasis on the thinking tools to be used, more emphasis on the balance that needs to be promoted in terms of self-discipline, and also mental health. And it is something that is very rarely discussed. And is it time for us to actually explore tools such as solution-focused coaching, neuro-linguistic programming, or trades at the secondary level to help to provide tools for students to actually help them maintain their own self-discipline, morality, and also mental health. And the thing is, we've got wonderfully written national treasure in documents such as National Education Philosophy and the National Principles, which is the Rukun Negara. But how can we somehow put the heart of the students at secondary level on such documents and provide more emphasis into such documents? Right, so that's more or less the issues that was covered from transition to school, from school to tertiary education. We move on now to tertiary education to work. Right, so there are three groups of major issues that we have discussed from tertiary education to work. And the first group of issues actually concerns employability and workability, volunteerism, leadership, and also global citizenship. The second part is basically with regards to alumni and being an alumni. And last but not least is about entrepreneurship and also gig economy. On the employability and workability, volunteerism, leadership, and also global citizenship, it is about a question of positioning and also putting forward skills, which is practical and certification. And many would say that employability is not simply a number that shows a percentage of graduates who are employed. Basically, it's percentage employed. But employability is basically the additional skills that is provided or learned by would-be employees to increase their chances to be employed. So this is a bit more complicated rather than anything else. And this is where the positioning cannot be subject limited and one-off programs. And many programs are basically put right at the end of the university career time. And mostly, this is the sad part. The saddest part is many employability related programs are centered towards the final years. The fact is the career planning actually starts from, as early as year one, as early as secondary level education. And this is where we're feeding the wrong information. We say, yeah, this last 6 months will be the best time for you to actually project things and so on. This is where the positioning goes wrong. And I personally think that there should be a strong, carefully thought roadmap supplying 21st century skills, and it is supposed to be an ongoing thing from first year till the final year. So that means it is a continuous thing where students actually grow and develop themselves to become someone more employable, right? So it's a continuous thing. And the CGPA centric mechanisms needs to be reduced. And the question now, is there enough aid to help those with interest mismatch at university level? I mean, those who are stuck in the university doing a course that they are not interested in, mismatch, but would there be any possibility for them to be aided? Plus those with lower employability probabilities, mismatched traits, lower CGPA, are the actual programs that we have now are benefiting those that are in need of such benefits? Or are we helping those who basically do not need to be helped? And this is then an opportunity for retraining after undergraduates. And this is where it is, where there should be a synergy between the industry and also the university, where training should be done together rather than all the training is taken care of by the university. The second part is basically the check and balance on basically the mentality dilemma, which is all is good at home. And this is about employability and global citizenship, where you have a group of leaders that could go out and actually show the fact that graduates, the local graduates are as good as graduates and can serve everywhere. I mean, we are proud. History shows that we are proud mariners, sailing and going around the world. And we have changed from that to hesitant individuals happily staying at home. Is it a mental block, or are we not designed to compete now? Or are we not being challenged enough? Or is it the local adages, like hujan emas negeri orang, hujan batu negeri sendiri, lebih baik negeri sendiri, is starting to give effect. Now, young Malaysians now feel free to sort of like stay and look for employability home, rather than pushing for employability abroad. And to that extent, that within the social media in the last week, there was this huge promotion of a young Malaysian employed by Tesla, and it became such a huge thing because apparently there's no Malaysians whatsoever has actually broken into Tesla before. So this is where it is, that mentality, that dilemma. Well, it's congratulations. I would like to congratulate the young Malaysian, but where are the rest? Have we not enough promotion, or do we have not enough role model to identify, to show interest, to spur that interest among the young ones, saying that, yeah, there are opportunities abroad. There are great opportunities for you to be a global citizen, and you can still contribute to the nation's well-being. For example, we've got top-level athletes, and coaches doing well abroad. I mean, I'm just going to take one simple example. For example, Nicole and David was in Amsterdam for so long, but plenty of emphasis was on her success in sports rather than her success in blending in to become a global citizen, still contributing to the country's well-being, for example. And Azizul Hasni, for example, the silver, the Olympic silver medal winner, and he was in he's now in Brisbane, the whole family. So yeah, I mean, there are opportunities for you to pursue careers, employability, being a global citizen. So, but perhaps this has not been given enough focus in terms of opportunities. Let's move on to alumni, strategic appointments, and also mentorship. I think this is where relationship between the university and the alumni is key, where the synergy between the two institutions are key. May start deeper with academic program evaluation, in industrial panels. Alumni working in industry can come in and actually provide positive input. Out of the classroom initiatives for graduates coming from alumni, training and practicum provider, and finally employer. More student-centered smart partnership is needed. And the question is, have both parties actually sat down and harnessed enough out of each other? It's always a give and take relationship, and and this needs to be harmonized, and it needs to be maximized as well. And second bit is, can the alumni be a source of check and balance and a source of any gain? And alumni can be vocal in expressing ideas and improve the institution, and the institution should accommodate such check and balance relationship. And this is a sacred relationship that should be taken care of. And this is with the current climate of funding cuts, any financial gain or in-kinds from alumni sources are much welcome. And it is specifically and clearly organized to attain specific objectives, and it should be tailored in such a way that it's a win-win situation between the alumni and also the university. And I would move on to the final point, which is basically entrepreneurship and gig economy. I think it's business awareness, communications, and business financial management and aspirations is something extremely important. What we're doing at the university is basically just the tip of the iceberg, where 21st century is full of practical needs. You need more practical opportunities for for students to be engrossed in proper entrepreneurship and gig economy activities, and they should be more involved in the business awareness and planning part, the business communications part, and also the financial management, and also the business aspirations. And any kind of certifications coming together with the university from the industry is also of such importance. But again, it is all about the experiential learning. And last but not least, in university opportunity and role modeling, I think gig and entrepreneurial ecosystem in the university should thrive to create trial and experiential opportunities for graduate to experience it their own self. There should be role modeling, not just done with successful alumni, but also to promote peers that have gone through the program. And the university has to be adaptful in terms of the comments that comes in. Most of the time, many programs are being done, but unfortunately the programs stay the same for the next 10 to 15 years. So the dynamics of changes in terms of adapting to ideas or experienced gone through by those who actually took part in the program needs to be improved. Finally, I think what's next? The identification of issues are done at this current moment. So this is basically preliminary data acquisition, and we need quite a bit more of input. But however, I think we have good value for a report to be shared to relevant authorities. Of course, we would rather more input, but once the report is done, there will be a meeting where relevant parties and other parties with interest to actually sit down and possibly put in ideas to pursue action-based effort that can be done together. So this is basically the execution of plans, and it needs to be a roadmap that needs to come around, and a group closed loop circle so that it can be actually continuously be adapted and dynamic enough for future changes. So I think that's what's looking forward. So I think I've taken quite a bit of your time. That's 23 minutes. So thank you very much. I think I'll stop here. It has been a pleasure. My debt goes to IPPTN and also the team that was heart and soul together making this work. So these are basically baby steps. So hopefully we will actually move forward into formulating the programs, get the right people to sit down at the right time, and make sure that there will be some kind of impact in terms of pushing the circle of programs into a roadmap which is impactful. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Nora Zaharuddin Shah Abdullah. The sharing just now cues the end of our morning agenda for today. CPD points will be awarded for this session as well. The links will be given in the chat box. Please be aware that there are two links. One is for CPD points and the other one is for certificate. And QR code will be displayed on screen for the participants. So it is the time for lunch break, and we will meet again at 3 p.m. Malaysian time. Thank you.
Kaduna State University, KASU, was established in 2004 following observations arising from both the national trend and inadequacy to accommodate those who qualify and able for university-level education. At inception, KASU commenced academic activities in the 2005-2006 academic session at the Kaduna main campus with 3 faculties, 17 departments comprising 19 undergraduate programs with a preliminary studies unit, while Kafanchan campus started academic activities in 2012-2013 academic session with 2 faculties, 7 departments running 5 undergraduate programs and a remedial unit. Also, postgraduate programs started in 2014-2015 academic session in both academic and professional master's degree. Presently, KASU has a total of 7 faculties, 37 departments, and 29 undergraduate programs, in addition to College of Basic Studies that runs basic and remedial programs in both the campuses covering arts and science-based disciplines. Consequently, the university, under the leadership of Professor Muhammad Tanko, has made remarkable achievements in the successful accreditation of all programs by the Nigeria Universities Commission, NUC, and professional bodies. Upgrading the Faculty of Medicine into College of Medicine to meet Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria accreditation, which resulted in the graduation of first medical students. Increase in academic and professional master's degree programs as well as PhD programs. Established Center for Gender Studies, Center for Energy and Environmental Strategy Research, and Center for Research for Documentation and Development. Secured partnership with both local and international institutions in areas of mutual benefit. Improvement on physical structures. And splitting of the Faculty of Social Sciences into Faculty of Social Sciences and Management Sciences, among others. The newly Faculty of Management Sciences currently have 6 departments, namely Accounting, Business Administration, Entrepreneurship, Banking and Finance, Marketing, Public Administration, Procurement and Supply Chain Management Department, the first course to be offered at the undergraduate level in Nigeria. Also, arrangements have been concluded on new courses on insurance and Islamic banking, which will be the first at the undergraduate level and to commence soon. At the postgraduate level, there are PhD programs in accounting and business administration, while the academic masters have accounting and business administration programs. Similarly, professional master degrees are being offered in these fields, which includes Masters in Accounting, Masters in Business Administration, Masters in Banking and Finance, Masters in Industrial and Labor Relations, and Masters in Procurement and Supply Chain Management. In addition, there are postgraduate diploma programs in accounting, management, entrepreneurship, and procurement and supply chain management. Interestingly, the faculty have caliber of professors that excelled in various fields of specialization recognized both at the national level with international reputation. They include Professor Muhammad Tanko, a professor of taxation, is among the few the country has. Then Professor Zainab Dabo, a professor of finance and management, followed by Professor Sani Bello, a professor of accounting and finance, while Professor Yushau Ango is a professor of financial entrepreneurship, the first in the country. Also, Professor Helen Ando is a professor in entrepreneurship and management, and Professor Benjamin Gugong is a professor of accounting. Therefore, one can say the Faculty of Management Sciences, KASU, will be the hubnut of academic excellence in no distant future.
are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
Gentlemen, please show
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, we shall begin in a few minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Now I would like to invite the members of our panel for discussion on the topic nurturing talent with the technological and human touch convergence. The panel discussion will be moderated by Professor Datin Paduka, Dr. Samsina Muhammad Sidin, Vice Chancellor of University Tun Abdul Razak, Uni Razak, Malaysia. Professor Datin Paduka Dr. Samsina was conferred the Honour Darjah Kebesaran Sultan Sarifuddin Idris Shah DSIF by Sultan of Selangor, Malaysia in 2017. She also was the University Putra Malaysia, where she began her career and served for over 30 years since 1984. She has introduced various initiatives to help the underserved and underprivileged groups to continue their studies. Please welcome Professor Datin Paduka Dr. Samsina Muhammad Sidin.
Thank you. I hope everybody is okay with this session, comfortable and ready to hear what we have to discuss in our panel discussion this afternoon. Thank you for inviting us. I'm Samsina, the moderator of the session this afternoon. And today with me are three prominent speakers who will be joining us to discuss our topic this afternoon, nurturing talent with technological and human touch convergence. Let me introduce them. First is Professor Dr. Alejandro Malini. He's the professor and Dean of Digital and Distributed Learning at the University of Portsmouth in UK. He is in charge to provide leadership in digital learning and learning innovation, including on-campus and distance provisions across all these faculties. Before joining the university, Ali was the Dean of Learning and Teaching at the University of Northampton, where he was the strategic lead for the redesign of all programs for active blended learning. Ali is also the Principal Fellow of Higher Education Academy and Fellow of the Royal Society for the Encouragement of Arts, Manufactures and Commerce. Welcome, Prof. Ali. I know it's very early in the morning in UK. We really appreciate your presence today. Next is Associate Professor Dr. Levine Demister. Dr. Levine is the Associate Provost in Teaching and Learning Innovation at Singapore Management University. As Director of the Center of Teaching Excellence, he and his team work with the university stakeholders to facilitate the adoption of best practices in teaching and learning, as well as sourcing and development of technology for education. Dr. Levine is also an Associate Professor of Operations Management at the Lee Kong Chian School of Business and has been with SMU since 2008. He's very passionate about experiential learning, in which students are guided by their instructors to learn theory and practice in challenging projects for external parties. Last but not least, we have with us also this afternoon, Ms. Hani Razif Bohlender, co-founder Dragonfire Corporate Solutions, Malaysia. Ms. Hani is widely known as the career doctor, and he has vast experience to help her clients in their quest to find clarity, happiness, fulfillment, and all the other things that matters in their career journey. So I think all of us need your services, and she has skills, experience, and empathy to meet the needs of her clients in the areas of career management, among others, and also helping the youth graduate community to upskill for employability and entrepreneurship, courageous development, change management, and other aspects of organizational effectiveness. So welcome, panel members. I'm sure we're going to have a very interesting session this afternoon. as I'm sure you all have a lot to share, and some of the ideas would be something that will be thought-provoking and for us to carry on further thinking about it. Well, before we start, let me just highlight a few things about the topic, just a few minutes if you don't mind. We are talking today about how talent planning is important for universities, and universities take a lot of emphasis and very focused on how to make their graduates to be agile and adaptive graduates to the dynamic demands of the current industrial revolutions, where transformation is something that they cannot miss, that's something that they have got to embrace. And furthermore, with the pandemic, COVID-19, the platform for higher education has changed dramatically with the remarkable rise of digital learning in response to this pandemic. So the current demands for the current era demands for the graduates to be both very savvy in terms of digital transformation, and at the same time, they're supposed to be equipped with social and human values. So this is something very interesting that we are going to discuss, and the balance and how do we actually do it is something that I don't think we have got very good answers for it yet. So I hope this session would be able to contribute to knowledge and ideas as to how we can cope with this transformation and the balance between the digital and human factors. Okay, so with that, let me pose the first question for the panel. I'd like to start with Prof. Ali first, and of course, then we'll open it to the other speakers too. Yeah, so you don't mind, Prof. Ali, what will you envision as the role of higher education in developing future talent and workforce? I've mentioned a few just now, the human curriculum and the digital part, but is there any other things that the universities needs to focus on? So yours and
okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, the question can be interpreted and can be answered in a number of ways. So perhaps in an attempt to open up the discussion with a tiny bit of controversy built in, we're talking here about the role of higher education in developing future talent and workforce, and perhaps we need to spend a few minutes at some point during this session thinking about what our definition of talent is. But I would say three things to open up the conversation. First, I think that in the UK and beyond, there has been a shift of focus in recent years, perhaps over the last 10 years or so. There has been a shift of focus to training and skills, I would argue, perhaps to the detriment of education and knowledge across many higher education institutions. The rationale for that shift has often revolved around the skills arguably needed by employers. That's been pretty much the central focus. We need to create employable graduates. Now, this approach, which of course can be challenged, has many advantages as well as many drawbacks. So perhaps we could touch on some of those. Second point I wanted to make in relation to the first question is that perhaps one could argue that there are different types of educational institutions. And when it comes to universities, perhaps we could say that they need to refocus, or where appropriate, keep their focus on creating and pushing the boundaries of knowledge in a world that faces extraordinary change and regular new challenges for which knowledge is needed, climate change being the prime example. I would also say that universities need to offer a balance between marketplace workforce demands, in other words, what they traditionally call graduate employment, no longer employability, but employment. In other words, jobs and modes of operation that already exist. So a balance between that and future gazing and future shaping. And by that, I mean risk-friendly approaches to knowledge generation and knowledge challenging, which should promote bold ways of shaping the future, not just letting it happen to us. My third and final point, before I hand over to my colleagues on the panel, is around some of the implications of the previous two. The previous 2 points suggest that we need to rethink what the key values of higher education institutions are as they contribute to future talent and shape a workforce that can identify and solve new problems creatively. For example, higher education institutions may need to refocus on developing global citizens who are knowledgeable, not just skilled, but knowledgeable, future focused, socially responsible, ethically driven. So the role of higher education is, we could argue, to keep the moral compass of society pointing to where it should be, in the case of a compass to the north. So with that, I'll pause, Samsina, and I'll hand over back to you so that you invite the next speaker. Back to you.
Thank you, Prof. It's very sweet, and I am very happy and excited that you mentioned the word knowledge many times as one of the key role of the universities now. Even though we do have got the different platform that we need to address, we cannot forget that the university's major and primary role is in terms of knowledge generation and dissemination. Thank you, Prof. Okay, let's hear from Dr. Levine.
Sure.
Share with us.
Sure, thank you. So yeah, obviously, I really like the point about knowledge, and I hope I can come back to it at the end of my items here. You know, I think, you know, kind of, and I see what Ali is saying about, you know, kind of being too skill driven. That said, I think at SMU, you know, we do kind of keep an eye on the curriculum and the various programs, you know, look at the various technologies that are emerging, and you know, they do get inserted in the curriculum, and I think it's a good thing. So whether it's, you know, Python programming or digital transformation skills, you know, in the right places, in the right programs, you know, courses do get adjusted to that. I think the second part that we try to do to kind of make sure that our workforce is you know, equipped, or that the talent that we are developing are equipped is just to you know, introduce the technology also in the teaching itself. And so that it both means kind of teaching with technology and also kind of integrating technology such as, say, R programming into the courses. So that way, you know, students are you know, are already used to it and have practice with it. But the other part of I think kind of changing the way we teach is also you know, on the other side, you do have, and I think that's where the knowledge comes in as well, is, you know, we want our students to think critically. And so, you know, that has been something that has, I mean, and that, you know, that's one of the skills we hope them to build. But how do you do that? And so, you know, traditionally we've kind of said, okay, let's give them a course on critical thinking, and that works quite well. But we also need to provide them with more opportunities to actually practice critical thinking. And that's a little bit harder because now you have to integrate this idea into other courses. And so we're trying to work on that by you know, creating some kind of joint efforts among instructors to introduce that into the curriculum. The third way that I think we are making sure that we are developing the workforce for the future is that we do these projects with external partners. Dr. Samsina, I was talking about my passion for experiential learning. It's a way also to make sure that our instructors are getting some real industry experience. So when they work with partners, to do these projects with their students, they are also getting exposed to what industry needs. And then fourthly, I think, what we are trying to, one of the graduate outcomes we're trying to go for is meta learning, meaning we want our students to be able to learn how to learn. And we think we can do that as well in some of the courses where they do need to, find out for themselves what they need for a particular project and then pick up those skills. But yes, I would agree with Ali that maybe there's a fifth element here as well, which is, kind of how do we get our students to think about actually creating new knowledge? And one of the things that we've done at SMU is to, introduce some research courses where actually students work with faculty members to do real research. And so I don't think it's a core element yet, but it's an optional element. And so, yeah, that's what we're doing in that area.
Thank you. Very interesting, Dr. Levin, sharing with us what you all do in SMU. And I kind of think it's interesting that when Professor Ali mentioned about knowledge, I hear a lot of application of knowledge from Dr. Levin's, presentation just now. You do experiential learning, you do research, and that's also, still key role of the university. So we are still on track here in the sense that people, our speakers think that no matter what it is, the role of the university is still hold on to. But it's going to be very interesting to hear what Ms. Hani has got to say. She's not from the university. I forgot to mention just now that she does hold a few positions in Monash University Malaysia and Taylor's University Malaysia in the sense of being the industrial advisory board. Yeah, Ms. Hani. So let's hear from you, Hani.
Okay, right. Thank you so much, Prof. Samsina and my fellow panelists. I heard what both of you have said, and I can agree more to what both of you have said. 100%. I'm totally on board with both of you. That the university is still pretty much relevant in terms of giving out knowledge to our young minds. And Prof. Samsina, for the past many years, when we first started our setup, the first few years, we rolled out a program called Graduate Transformation Program, because we feel that there are big gaps in between what has been churned out by at least our local universities to what is being expected by the industry. There are basically huge gaps in terms of analytical thinking, for example, the streetwise approach to life challenges. And I feel that, after standing in front of about 8,000 to 9,000 of fresh grads during the first 3 years, I think I'm pretty much comfortable to say this. As much as universities has been very good in producing young minds in terms of whatever that they're learning in their courses, but not enough to be accepted at a certain level. When they go to industry and the industries are saying, you know what, I want them. We still have problem in industries accepting them as it is. So there are big gaps over there. And I think one of the few things is that these young minds, when they're still in the universities, they do a lot of research. Yep, that's great. They do their internship. But I must say this, based from our observation for the past few years, most internships are not structured. So we, in the first place, when we roll them out into the world of work, we have already set them up for failure. You know, for example, if they want to choose their course in the first place, they have to fill up this form. And whatever vocation that they want is not there. You know, they have to choose 8 other vocations or courses before they actually get to what they want to do. And sometimes they end up doing the courses that they don't want to do, you know, that they don't have the heart to it. And so they trudge through for the next 3 to 4 years doing something that they don't like. And they came out with a piece of paper. That's what it is. And this is a big problem, because by the time they come out to the world of work, employers do not expect them to have a lot of working years, because they don't, but at least to some extent, you know, analytical thinking, for example, problem solving, the right values, work with ethics, discipline, and all that. And I think that's where the role of the higher education, or the place where they get the education, it can be, you know, tertiary, you know, from young, this needs to be instilled since young, and not towards the end of it. And correct me if I'm wrong, that most of the graduate programs or employability programs only kick off towards the end of their final year, and not in the first year. So, you know, the first year is a holiday mode. You know, they say, oh, you know, we're not going there because we've not been told that this is something that we have to do. They don't do that until their final year. So, you know, at the corporate end, when we receive them, we have to start all over again. That's kind of frustrating.
Okay. Henny, what you have mentioned here really complements what we have heard from the previous speakers. You know, I would thought to summarize what has been mentioned here. Universities' main role will be in terms of knowledge, the creation and the dissemination and the application of knowledge. But at the same time, for workplace, we are talking about talent today. That itself, by itself, may not be sufficient. So universities need to do more. Yeah, and that's why they do internship, they do experiential learning, where they actually get the projects done for their partners, those kind of things. So there are initiatives already done, and I think we are looking at very good positive results based on these initiatives done by various universities. Now, let's move on to the scenario now, where we are in a pandemic. We are, you know, we don't have any choices here, in the sense that for higher education is virtual, and virtual means digital, and technology is going to be something that anyone who like to go to, you know, to have a tertiary education must have some aspect of knowledge in terms of how to handle a virtual class, for example. They have to embrace it. Yeah. So my second question here, even though technology is the core of what we have got to do it, but as we know, and as I heard from you all just now, in terms of ethics, in terms of critical thinking, in terms of human values, it has got to be there too. So how can we balance the development of future talents between what they need to know in terms of technology environment, because they're going to be working in that kind of environment, so they have got to embrace technology, but at the same time we want them to be, you know, someone who appreciate the others, someone who can handle the social environment around them. Okay, so I think this time around I'll give Dr. Levine to say to voice out his thoughts first. Dr. Levine.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Samsinar. So, you know, when I thought about this question, is how do we balance kind of both preparing students for the technology side of it, and then the human touch, as it was mentioned. you know, I have to take a look at our core curriculum. So, I mean, one thing to know about SMU, we are a specialized university, but still we have, you know, 6 different schools ranging from the social sciences with business and economics, you know, to computing and then law. But we do have, our program is a 4-year program. And so we do have a fairly large common part of the curriculum. So a law student would actually have, you know, a number of courses that are the same as the computing student. And so we recently went through a major redesign of our core curriculum. And part of it was really just looking at, you know, what are the employers telling us that they want to see in our students. And so I think there's been, you know, a pretty good list of those kind of, you know, 21st century skills, and a number of them have already been mentioned today. But I think we also, you know, we thought that the core curriculum also needed to, you know, encourage our students to think. And so, you know, we took it seriously. We have a separate group. We have a dean of the core curriculum. They spend quite a bit of time thinking about what it should entail. And so, you know, and you can look it up. So it's, you know, if you type SMU core curriculum, you'll find it on the internet. And so we have, you know, there's a number of categories there. And so we group it by capabilities, communities, and civilizations. And so among the capabilities, obviously that's where, you know, you see a number of things being introduced there that you know, is important with respect to, you know, the new technological future that our students are encountering, you know, in the workforce. For example, I mean, there's still statistics and calculus because, you know, we think that that's going to be a factor as well. But there's a basket in there called modes of thinking, where we teach critical thinking, but also something like computational thinking, design thinking. So these are obviously have been inspired by the needs of industry. But then in the 2 other baskets or categories called communities and civilizations, you know, that's clearly where we get our students to think a little bit, to get some knowledge and then to think about it and see how it all comes together. So among the community, in the community categories, you know, we teach them about economics, cultural systems, technological systems. And then in the civilizations category, we have our students think about, you know, what are the major global challenges, you know, we are facing, and what are perhaps, you know, some of the solutions that, you know, you and then perhaps together with your future employer, you know, can work towards. And so we have a course called Big Questions, and, you know, one version of that is just focused on happiness and suffering. And so, you know, we get our students to think about, you know, those things as part of our core curriculum. So I think that's, you know, I would say one of the main ways that we can get, you know, our students to you know, kind of understand their common humanity and see how that applies in the working world.
Wow. Congratulations, Dr. Dinesti, for what you have done, you and your team at SMU is doing. I like the course where they discuss happiness and suffering. And, you know, I think, you know, besides looking at the computing and the core courses, you've got the community and civilization set of courses to balance it up. So I hope by having this kind of curriculum, the students are not just looking at the knowledge, but the context of where the knowledge or how the knowledge is going to be applied when they graduate from the universities. And that's what we're talking or discussing here this afternoon. You know, the context is that the future, as we know now, it's changed so much that we do not know, but having some lifelong skills that were mentioned just now may help our students in terms of how they can cope with the with the work environment later. Ms. Hani, you may want to continue from here.
Yes, I just love what I just heard from Prof. Demister. I mean, happiness and suffering. I mean, how much of internalization of a person can be walked through, with this topic. So I'm very keen to take a look at that after our session today. Just topping up to that, to what you have just mentioned there. One of the things that where I am as the Industry Advisory Board advises on is what we call the personal branding for students. And because we are in the digital world, if you're not Googleable, then you do not exist technically. And one of the areas that we work on with the Monasians is to demonstrate to them that to build their personal brand is one of the areas that they have to work on since day one. They have to step in so that they don't get lost in the digital world, and the marketing students, for example, they have a capstone project, for example, where they take the real business from the market, for example, a certain brand and all that, and they were being given some challenges. They'll be given some of the potential outcome that the owners or the business owners wants to come up with, and they need to do a presentation to a Dragon panel. This Dragon panel usually consists of the Industry Advisory Board, people, the CEOs, the CFOs of the business. And I so happen to do that year in, year out for the past 8-9 years, which is quite exciting, because you get to see where the students are. That is the application of their theory, and sometimes they are just so way off. They're just so well. You just you ask them, where do you get these numbers from? Oh. So that's kind of interesting. But coming back to the application, I think this is one of the areas where we have to where we have to have the universities to really think about where to apply this knowledge, to make sure the students apply this knowledge. One concept that I've been studying about for the past few years, and it still hasn't kicked off in Malaysia yet, it is what we call the cooperative education. The cooperative education is pretty popular, I think, in North America, where it's a structured method of, let me see here, of combining classroom-based education with practical work experience. I think we would do our fresh grads better if we can take a look at this angle, to give them the exposure of real world work. Managing cash, for example, leading a team, for example, or even just to get the context of navigating the environment or the office environment. So it can be, but I think one of the challenges is that our labor law is as such that we need to kind of not say that the cooperative education is work, because we can't hire the young ones, the minors. But I'm a strong advocate of early exposure. So education is education, but the application of that education needs to be introduced way earlier so that they don't get shocked when they come out into an office, for example. It's very difficult to navigate once they get into the world of work. I mean, imagine when we were young, earlier years ago, our first day of work, we were lost. Well, I know I was. Yeah. So cooperative education may be perhaps one way of looking at things.
Okay, good. Ms. Hani, that's something that we can ponder on. We do now have got this 2U, 1I, 2 years in the university, 1 year in the industry. That kind of I think would kind of help students get real experience while studying, but they are already.
I hope so too.
But there's a lot of the logistical and the bureaucratic to be ironed out. Okay, let's hear from Prof. Ali on this matter. Prof.
Okay, I'll attempt to tackle this second question from the perspective of curriculum redesign and policy in higher education. And for that, I'm going to share something with you, if I may. So I'll try and share that to see if that is viewable to you.
Yes.
So I borrowed this image from my esteemed colleague and friend, Professor Julie Salmon. As you can see, it uses some terminology that's been kind of in discussion for the past few years, but we somehow stopped in the last couple of years, stopped using 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and even 4.0. It's kind of gone off the boil a bit, but the image is quite interesting because it shows some level of progression or transformation from what used to be 1.0 to what was 3.0. And of course, I will attempt to address this question from the point of view of the next bit in blank here on the right of the slide, which is, of course, what happens with 4.0. And you can see that the key elements on the left, learners, learning, knowledge, academics, teaching, graduateness, technology, and learning locations, they have experienced a significant degree of change over the decades. Now, my first or best go at trying to address this question of balancing talent, future talent between technological advancement and human value revolves around what we come up with in that final box. And so I'm going to suggest you would understand that if this was a highly interactive workshop with the audience, I will get the audience to tell me all sorts of things about this, and then we would have a discussion. In the interest of the very few minutes we've got today, I will just share with you one view of this, which is how do we view learners? Well, in 4.0, we view them pretty much as partners. How do we view learning, among many other features, as active? And active does not just mean doing, it means doing and thinking about what you do. And it is augmented, it is personalized, not massified. Knowledge, co-developed, refined, applied through collaboration. Academics, again, in the way that learners are partners, academics are partners too. They themselves are learners. They are enablers, as well as leaders and mentors. Teaching, again, adaptive, creative and context sensitive. Graduateness, again, going back to my earlier point about ethics and about citizenship. Technology, negotiated, intelligent, not just smart. Integrated and normalized, and by normalized I mean transparent. You no longer see it. It's part of the picture in such a way that it becomes invisible. And learning locations as purposeful, AI enabled and diverse. So this is my attempt at tackling that. I would say one more thing before handing back, which is these concepts on the right-hand side of that slide have taken many manifestations in different contexts. At the University of Northampton, for example, we took that to mean what we call active blended learning, or ABL, and there is a growing amount of literature on that. At the University of Portsmouth, where I work at the moment, we call that blended and connected learning. But both concepts, ABL and blended and connected, revolve around the same principles. And those are the principles that the right-hand side of that column illustrated. So that would be my attempt, Samsinar, to address this second challenge. Back to you.
Thank you, Prof. Ali. It may be just one slide that you have presented, but there's so much that you can get from that one slide. Education 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and we are going to the next phase, education 4.0. And I'm sure everybody also can see the kind of transition or evolution of education through the period that now brings us to education 4.0. And I saw the first word here, learner is now a partner. Yeah, which I thought is what the whole world would need, I think, is that, we are all in here together. It's no more one horizontal, another one, vertical. We are all like here, and we should be coexisting in a way that facilitates each other's life here. So it's good that we identify, the not so much of learner and teacher kind of thing, that we are all together, because like you say, Prof. Ali rightly said, even the teachers are actually learning from the students, right? So it may, like I said, it may be just one slide, but there's a lot of things that were mentioned with regard to our second question here. And I know we do not have much time to discuss further here, but we hear just now from what SMU has done in terms of having the core and the community and civilization courses, and having the students to actually discuss what do we mean by suffering, what do we mean by happiness in classes, maybe in engineering classes, or maybe in the business classes. And Ms. Hani, you brought the other aspect here, personal. Yeah, you need to be personally happy about yourself. Yeah, first. Yeah, and you believe in earlier thing, and Prof. Ali brought us the bigger perspective here. So it's such a beautiful responses to what we have. To the question that I have posed. The second question is to the balance. Yeah, I saw some questions coming in with regards to this, but I think we'll take the question later when we finish our discussion on the third question. Now we are all in the pandemic era now. I know it's something that the whole world is experiencing, and it has, in many ways, I want to be positive about it, change our life. People say disrupt our life, people say, I want to say change our life, change the meaning of our life. So from the different experiences that we have from different parts of the world here, is there any lesson that we can learn that compels us to change the way we develop future talent and workforce? How the university do it? I mean, I saw, I heard from the responses just now, the universities and even the Hani from the industry, they are already acknowledging this and embracing this.
Yeah.
But is there any lesson that that we can share with the audience this afternoon? So, Ms. Hani, if you'd like to start first this conversation.
Sure. When at least in Malaysia, when we first started off our lockdown, that was 18th of March last year, I remember there was a lot of chaos happening, at school, in the universities where I contribute my time, office, my own family, for example, everybody was on chaos. And it just went on for a good few months. And I remember that some of the universities that I am engaged to, they pivot fairly well, simply because they were ready for that. So, there are certain things that they have done really, really well, which was anticipating the needs of of the students' learning during the lockdown. So they quickly switched to virtual learning within a very, very short time. So that was very good. However, having said that, not many that I know have converted well or pivoted well into that situation, where many students that I know are left with no proper devices, for example, because we're talking about virtual learning here. We want to make sure students pivot quickly. The universities put in the infra and all that, but we are forgetting the other end, which are the students. They have to go back to their kampongs, rural area, no internet connection. If you remember where we had one student who had to climb the tree just to get a better reception, that was really sad, and there was not enough devices. And I think this is where it's a fine balancing act. I think it's not just solely this responsibility rests solely onto the what do you call that, the institution, but I think it's a responsibility for everyone, even as parents. We need to anticipate the learning of our children. Our educators, for example, I know we are asking a little bit much from them. They have a lot of things on their plate, but that's why we're here. And I think that's why we have to pivot ourselves. Instead of lecturing, we are so comfortable lecturing physically in our classroom and all that. We have to reskill even ourselves. Even at my age, I'm no longer that young, Prof. I took time to reskill myself last year, and I took several certifications just to make sure that I can deliver virtually, effectively. I'm nowhere near perfection, but there is continuous learning for all of us, and even policymakers at the same time. It is something that we have to navigate well, and universities. We have to remind ourselves it's not. There are also TVET colleges, which I think are always hidden away in our fourth industrial revolution. We talk about it, but they are nowhere near that. It comes up with any forum in any education forum. So I think personally, even employers, the responsibility rests in all of us, and we need to do something about it. And I think we are able to do that in our circle of influence. We do our bits, and I think that should be good.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Hadi. A lot of lessons that you mentioned here, and I especially like it when you mentioned that it's not just the responsibility of just one party, the schools or the university. I mean, they say the whole village must.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
And this is a time of of testing how the whole ecosystem. What kind of ecosystem would emerge, and the process of that would result in what you call the new norms. Now we are like it's a storm, yeah. So when the storm is over, what norms would come up from all this? This is change, and all of us have got to go through these changes, right? Yeah. So I know it's easier said than done. Every single day we hear of stories of how people have got to handle their life, losing people, having people sick around you, your students, your staff, your friends. Yeah. So it's something that is very, very challenging, and I'm sure we at the university take into consideration all this, the daily and hopefully with empathy, with a lot of heart, that we take all this and learn and be more prepared for the future. I don't want to be talking as much as we'll have more discussion on this later. Prof. Ali, any more that you'd like to add, please?
Yeah, again, for just to help our audience a bit with what I'm about to say. I'm going to abuse the system and share a couple of slides. So the question was, is there any lesson that we can learn that compels us to change the ways we develop future talent and workforce? And I would start by the compelling argument that that one of the possible answers is by avoiding a backslide to pre-COVID practices in higher education, by avoiding the temptation to slide back to normal, or what people often see as normal. And by that, I mean a range of teaching practices, design practices, or indeed admin practices that were prevalent before March 2020. But there is a bit more that we can think and do around this. And so I based my response on 6 principles, which I'm going to share with you there. And some of them are highly debatable, and we might not have time to debate them here. But first, content. People are obsessed with content. A lot of colleagues are, certainly. Oh, my students love my content. Well, really, I think, mate, you love your own content. That's a different story. So I would put it to you that content is not king, that context is. What matters is what students do with the content, why they do it, how they do it, and who they do it with. That's principle number 1, and that applies to active blended learning as well as to blended and connected. Number 2, the way to design for effective learning is to redesign. And that comes from American writer William Zinsser, who said the best way to write is to rewrite. Well, let's think about along the same principles for designing for learning. How do we do it best? Thirdly, if you want to encourage meaningful technology adoption, or indeed if you want to promote digital transformation, a grand term, well, a very good starting point is actually teaching well. If you teach well, and if you encourage others to teach well, that's an excellent basis for the encouragement and the enhancement of technology adoption in teaching, among other areas. Number 4, I've heard many times the expression deliver learning. Well, there are many things you can do with, in, on, and about learning, but deliver is not one of them. You can deliver the post, you can deliver a parcel, you can even deliver the milk and even a baby, but you cannot deliver learning, however hard you try. Number 5, post-COVID is already proving to be an environment in higher education that revolves around lower proximity, lower physical proximity, and lower synchronicity. Clearly, we will have a lot of face-to-face, and we will have a lot of real-time, in other words, synchronous settings for learning, clearly. But we're also taking account of the many lessons learned during this period to shift the needle a little bit towards lower proximity and synchronicity. And we need to redesign accordingly. And finally, let's rethink our definition of blended learning away from face-to-face and online. That definition is, well, late 90s, early 2000s, is inadequate, it's simplistic. Blended learning these days is a much more complex, multi-layered, messy concept than just the addition of those two, however meaningful that could be. So in that sense, I do propose, and we have an institutional definition of what we mean by it, and that's the definition which has, in essence, 3 elements. The active bit in the first, which is around doing and thinking about what you do, not just engaging students in doing things. The second is about location and time, where and how. Individually, in teams, synchronously, asynchronous, in the lab, in the field, in the classroom. And the third item is the bit about knowledge and skills, but with a particular focus on creating and applying, as well as critiquing and pushing subject knowledge, and as well as professional and digital skills associated with that. So that is my attempt to respond to the question about the compelling elements that we have to take forward as a result of our lessons learned from the pandemic. So back to you, moderator.
Thank you, Prof. Ali. The key message I got here is that no turning back, and it's not going to be the same anymore.
Correct.
So don't go and say, "Oh, what had happened?" You know, it's here. It's whatever it. So we just move on from here. That's why I thought that taking this as a conflict or destructive, yeah, it is. But we have got to be positive about the whole thing. This is the way forward, and I'm glad to see all that. At least from what Prof. Ali has mentioned and has shared with us in his university, these are already formalized what teaching and learning is going to be in the future. Yeah, and I still remember what Prof. Ali mentioned also just now in terms of how we actually think that even after doing all this, the basic thing for the basic role for the university is still knowledge. Yeah. So we are still in that business. Okay. Dr. Levine, I guess you may have something to share with us also on this question.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Samsinar. So yeah, I mean, this has been an absolutely interesting period, and so kind of what did we learn from it? I think the first thing was that, somewhat to our surprise, I think the teaching evaluations at SMU have not gone down. So during the pandemic, and obviously we tried very hard to teach our faculty on how to deliver. Maybe I shouldn't use that word anymore, but kind of give a good teaching experience or give a good learning experience. And they adopted these things, and so the teaching evaluations actually went up. And so we did even a study where we said, okay, so you taught the same course online in pandemic, and then compare it with your teaching evaluation before the pandemic, and again, on average, the evaluations went up. So okay, so that was interesting. And then kind of, so that's one component. The other component is that if you look at the workforce and definitely there, companies are already adjusting, right? So Amazon.com, and I know that from a close source, is that they will already allow their employees to work 4 weeks online from wherever they are in the world. So if you want to go travel to, say, Paris, live there for 4 weeks while you do your work, you can. And I think even every week, you have to come into the office maybe only three days a week, 3 or 4, I forget exactly. But so definitely, we have to, start changing the way we teach also to make sure that our students, are able to function in that world of, and we don't call it face-to-face and online anymore. We want our students to be ambidextrous, meaning they need to be able to do well, in these settings where they are interacting physically versus, the cyber world or the world of online interactions. And so, but we do feel the same way that there is a risk that we just slide back, right? And I think you've kind of, there's probably, among all of our instructors, there's probably a group that says, okay, I can't wait to go back to normal or before pandemic. And so what we are doing right now is, we do see kind of an acceleration towards more blended type of learning. And the way we're going to encourage that, and this is going to be quite interesting because, right now, let's say every course has about 3 contact hours per week. And the contact hour is, synchronous, and it used to be face-to-face. And so now we're saying, okay, 1/3 of that, 1 contact hour per week, or if it's 4 weeks out of the 12 that you are, facing your students, you can do something else. And so if you want to have a pre-recorded video, because our students have told us that they like pre-recorded videos, together with something that makes it interactive, etc., you can. But you have to explain how it's going to improve learning. And so we have a sense that, if you have a good video that's done asynchronously with maybe a question and answer forum like Piazza or other forums, they potentially actually the learning is better because it is more personalized. Students can, kind of ask the questions they want. Everybody has a chance to get their question answered. They can pace to it the way they want. And so you could potentially have something that's superior to, giving a lecture in the classroom. And so we're kind of incentivizing faculty to do that because obviously once you've recorded your video, you could, reuse it the next year. You could reuse it across your sections. We have sections of 45 students each, and sometimes you teach 3 of them. So that's going to be our experiment, and that's kind of how we are trying to make sure we don't slide back. But obviously it'll be interesting to see how that's going to work out. But yeah, that's kind of where we are. And so the other thing we've learned is that, we do need to support our students, because I think as Hani was pointing out as well, is that, there's quite a variation, even in Singapore, in terms of the facilities that they have access to at home. And so, we're really rethinking our campus and redeveloping the campus in such a way that all students have access to facilities they need to thrive online as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Levine. It's interesting. Okay, Hadi, you want to add something? Yeah, sure.
Yes, I just want to add something, Prof. Samsina. I wanted to add something to Prof. Demister's saying earlier, about redesigning or the approach of how our students learn. And I'm very happy to hear that, university like yours is taking the approach of relooking at redesigning, in terms of support for the students. Because I think what we are forgetting, and this is what we keep on forgetting, is that we do experience virtual fever. Even for us, sitting 2 hours, 3 hours, can you imagine for the learners, the students, they really have to sit down. And I think this is where the design of our curriculum, the design of the no, not the delivery, the design of the experience of learning needs to be relooked at. So yeah, we need to remember that we do have virtual fever, and so we have to really think hard about the experience.
I also like to ask, we've seen students and mentioning this to us, they are lonely.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, they see their friends, their professors on screen. They enjoy 2-3 hours, and after that, the social aspect is kind of missing, and it affects their academic performance.
Yes.
Because can you all say something about this too?
Just quickly, before I forget, ever since the pandemic came down since last year, Prof. Samsina, and I've been working with fresh grads at the same time, or the newly onboarded ones, we have received quite a number of them who are on suicidal mode. And this is due to lockdown. They feel lonely and all that. And I think this is the reality. And as much as we as educators want to to provide them with the best learning through technology and all that, we also must remember that we are human first. And,
yes.
And depression is very, very real. Just last year alone, there were 8 suicidal cases that we received, and it was explicitly described as suicidal tendencies. So that's the reality.
Yeah, I'm sure it affects the whole society. Here we are focusing more on our students and how will affect their well-being when they graduate from the university. So I mean, I share with you, Hani, that we have to deal with them now. You know, and not say, oh, never mind, you know, you should be able to handle all this when you're more mature, those kind of things. But
yeah, or snap out of it.
Yeah. Okay. So, anything else that you'd like to you may miss just now? So you want to say something now? I would like to give this opportunity before we open for Q&A.
Yeah, maybe quickly. So, you know, definitely there's nothing that can replace right now online the experience of sitting next to, you know, a fellow student and having a chat and getting to know them. And so our students are telling us that, and you know, that's why, you know, we definitely want to have that physical interaction remain a part of the education. I think for the other element, you know, we do realize that you know, students are vulnerable in a period like this, and so we've kind of looked at beefing up our efforts to build resilience in students and also to find out how they're doing. Just asking the question, taking their pulse, if you will, with respect to their well-being. Yeah.
Thanks. I guess it's very important that we do that, and not just by the you know the lecturers or the professors, also among friends, also among family members too. Okay.
I have an additional point.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. I think we have rightly spoken about student challenges. We can delve rather deeper on into staff challenges. I've written a bit about that, and some more research output is coming out in the coming weeks and months on this. So perhaps just for the purposes of today, it's worth reflecting on what happened in March 2020, and I mean, there's lots of possible characterizations of this, but at that time, when the shift to emergency remote teaching, or ERT, happened overnight, in essence, and I'm characterizing a bit here, but there were two broad groups of colleagues. One, no help, thanks. I'm okay, and usually that translated into the delivery approach: stand up and talk, stand up and spout, put the camera on, speak, or even worse, read off your PowerPoints. That would, which was, well, anyway, I won't comment on that. So that was one group, and the other group was, yes, please, I want all the help I can get. But note that second group was primarily the group of people who were already good at teaching, so the ones who were asking for help were the ones who, in fact, needed that help the least, and the ones who needed it the most were, just leave me alone. Yeah. So, for example, which was the most popular online workshop that, in terms of attendance and in terms of demand? It was lesson planning. Yeah, we have to bear in mind that university teachers, by and large, are not trained teachers. They have not studied teaching as an area, as a discipline, so they get some staff development. They do this, they do that. In the UK, they have fellowship. Now, fellowship is professional recognition, not a teaching qualification. So you got people being pushed to the deep end without the required development. So lesson planning, something as basic as that, proved to be a very powerful tool for people who never studied teaching as a discipline. Those two groups, the no help thanks and yes please any help I can, those two groups, we are at risk now of having them again as we approach September 2021. So one group would be no help needed, thank you very much, I want to go back to normal. And that's the danger, the comfort zone danger. The going back to my lecture theatre, to stand up and talk, to reading off my PowerPoint. So that's awful, but that we have to recognize, we have to acknowledge that, otherwise we cannot change it. And the other group is, yes please, this is an opportunity to redesign for a new form, for a future form of active blended learning or similar. And that is the exciting bit. That is the bit where we can really make a difference and change university teaching for the better. So as I said, I've characterized a little bit, but in essence, that's as I see it, a potential forward-looking way of learning lessons from March 2020.
Okay, thanks, Prof. Ali. We do not have much time. The organizers are reminding me how many minutes that we have left, but it's getting more and more exciting now. Okay, let's look at some questions that they have for us, and I think we only have got time to take 3 questions, and I would like each of you to handle one if you can. So one question is about the economics of education. Since we are not going back to the normal of teaching, in class physically, now what would happen to the campus, the buildings that we have, the classrooms that we have? What implication would it have on the tuition fees? Who wants to respond to this?
Definitely not me.
Maybe Dr. Levine, if you'd like to
Sure.
Respond, yeah.
So, obviously, I think, you definitely see a lot of rethinking of the physical space, and that's, I think we might end up in a formula where we save a little bit of space, but it's not so clear yet how. But let's just say that I think there's activity around that, and hopefully, we'll end up with a campus that's slightly more utilized, where and actually kind of more productive use of space, and so therefore, we might kind of save some space, if you will, and kind of be able to grow within the current space, or kind of use new purposes for the space that we have, or the new space that we develop. But I think in terms of the program cost, at least for SMU, we are taking the approach saying that technology is going to improve education. It's not going to make education, necessarily kind of more, or cheaper or less expensive. I mean, and obviously, there is, within the educational landscape, there's room for everything. But I don't think we are trying to do do less with less, or do the same with less. We're going to try to do more with the same. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Do more with the same. Yeah. Okay. Another question was about our second question just now, in terms of the balance between technology and human values. The question was that which element, which part of education that can help balance this, between the digital and human factors just now. Prof. L, Hani, what do you think is the most important element to be able to balance this two aspects of digital versus human factors?
If I can just take on that, and I'm sure Prof. Ali has a few other things to say. I think is just what he said earlier is not it's not only the content, but the context of it is the application of the learning, and I think this is where the industry wants to see. So what have you learned in your 3 or 4 years of university education that you can apply here now? that's usually is the case, you know. And you know, during interviews, for example, I would ask questions such as, so you have learned this, how can you apply this in your current workplace? For example, I want you to go and have a mini project to purchase a few tables for one of the rooms. So what is it? Or doing a quick presentation. So I think it's the application of the application of what they have learned is one of the things that that is the element that we from the industry wants to see, and that's from my perspective.
Okay, thank you, Hani. And one question that I maybe 1 minute, yeah, Prof. Ali, with digital transformation, there are some people who's going to be left behind, like what Hani has mentioned just now also. How do we deal with this? You know, they may not, I mean, the situation may be different in UK, but in Malaysia, there are some, some families who may not be able to afford all the digital items that help with education nowadays. There are people who live in remote areas where internet may not be available in a manner that can facilitate learning. So how do we deal with this, Prof. Ali? Our last words from you.
I wish I had the right and concrete response to that. I don't. All we can do, and all I can say is I can talk about mitigation, not solutions. And that mitigation revolves around initiatives that I'm sure you're well familiar with. So in terms of access to software and hardware, there are schemes that universities put in place that range from loan schemes to providing equipment to students up front for the entirety of their studies. But we are all conscious that that resolves only a part of the problem, not the problem. And the problem is much deeper and much more complex than that. We're talking about students without the appropriate space, never mind the connectivity, but without anywhere to access their studies and to interact with others. Never mind having a live conversation like this. Even asynchronous study is a problem for them. So I'm afraid I don't have the solution. We have put measures in place in terms of access to equipment, access to services, access to support, access to software, and access to space. But has that helped? Yes, it has. And we have evidence to the point that students are recognized and are grateful for that. Has it solved the problem? No, it hasn't. And the same problems you've just described in Malaysia, Samson, are believe me, they are very much in existence in the UK and in many other places. I am myself from South America. I know what you mean. I know exactly what remoteness can mean. So I'm afraid in terms of mitigation, yes. In terms of solution, very little.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Ali, and it's a very heartwarming session for me too. You know, to be able to discuss this and to share with our audiences how we felt about what's going to be the future for our graduates when they actually step into the workplace. And many of our comments and responses just now were actually something that we can still ponder upon. Yeah, this is, we are still having this pandemic, and as I mentioned just now, there will be new ecosystem coming in. There will be new norms that we have got to embrace, and I hope we take all this positively, take this as an opportunity to define our life now, to give new meanings to our life, and to also have opportunity to reimagine our future. And what we are saying here is in terms of the future of our our students when they step up of the university. I hate to do this, but I guess this is the end of our session this afternoon. Thank you very, very much to all the speakers for this session. I really appreciate your ideas, your thoughts, and I hope that all of us have benefited from this. So I'm Samsina, signing off for this session on behalf of Prof. Ali, Ms. Hani, and Dr.
Mr.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Stay safe, take care.
Thank you very much to the moderator and panelists for the very exciting discussion just now. So before going to a 5-minute short break, I would like to remind you again that CPD points are awarded for the session. There are 2 links provided in the chat box. One is for CPD points and another link is for the certificate. QR code is also shown on the screen for the participants. I'll see you guys again in 5 minutes. That is at 4:25 p.m. Malaysian time. Thank you.
Hi, Sasha.
Good afternoon, Dato. How are you?
Okay, good.
Hi, Datuk.
See you looking well.
Hi, Dr. Mori.
How are you? How are you, Datuk?
Good, good.
Hi. Hi, Sasha. Nice to see you again.
Hi, good afternoon, Dr. Mori. Yeah, good to see you
afternoon.
too.
Yeah.
Nice, bright and red.
It's been a long time since we had to wear our office shirt because we've been working from home since last year. So I had to find it.
Yeah, same here. Lah.
Oh ya, ini ke dia?
You do a recording of this? No, they have. On video. Yeah. Together.
Continuing with today's agenda, I would like to invite our panelists to discuss the topic of advancement of TVET as a catalyst for the fourth industrial revolution. The panel discussion will be moderated by Datuk Dr. Pamjit Singh, Chief Executive Officer, Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation, Malaysia. Dr. Pamjit Singh has been involved in the private higher education and technology sectors for the past 40 years. He's the co-founder and CEO of the APIIT Education Group, which includes the Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation, APU, and the Asia Pacific Institute of Information Technology, APIIT. In addition, he currently holds the following positions as the Pro-Chancellor of Staffordshire University, United Kingdom, President of Malaysian Association of Private Colleges and Universities, MAPCU, the President of Malaysian Service Providers Confederation, MSPC, the member of Advisory Committee, Ministry of Higher Education, Malaysia. Please welcome Datuk Dr. Pamjit Singh.
Thank you for the introduction. All right, let's get on to our session right now, and I'll just give you some opening remarks. Good afternoon, distinguished panel members, colleagues, the organizing committee, and all our audience who are online right now. I mean, as we know, TVET has been a constantly debated topic in Malaysia. In this context, I quote our Prime Minister, currently the caretaker Prime Minister, that TVET should not be seen as second-class education for dropouts or less brilliant students. You know, there's always a notion that TVET is second class. TVET education is the core of the country's human resource development. It goes towards ensuring that we always have a new skill force that's continuously churned out, especially in the fields that are critical to the development and progress of our country. In fact, the need for skills is more apparent now in the age of digitalization and IR 4.0. Tools and techniques, technologies, for example, in manufacturing, automotive, aviation, and many other technical trades utilize more complex and smart technologies than ever before. Therefore, we can see that TVET graduates play a key role in fulfilling the requirements of these industries, and it contributes to nation building. We have seen successful examples of technical and vocational education systems in countries such as Japan, Germany, and Australia through the TAFE colleges, to name a few. Technical graduates are very much sought after and are also well paid in these countries. It is time now for Malaysian TVET to rise to the occasion. To address some of these developments and challenges in a global and in particular the local context, we have three distinguished panel members, each with substantial experience in their domain of knowledge pertaining to TVET. I would like to first introduce Dr. Junichi Mori. Junichi Mori is currently the Chief Technical Advisor of the International Labour Organization, in short ILO, for Skills for Prosperity Southeast Asia program based in Malaysia. As a researcher of the National Graduate Research Institute for Policy Studies, he facilitated policy-oriented research for the formulation of the industry master plans in Vietnam. As an Industrial Development Officer of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, which is in short also known as UNIDO, he formulated and implemented projects in the fields of green industries, trade facilitation, and corporate social responsibilities. His recent career focuses on industrial engagement in technical and vocational education and training. That's TVET. As an expert of the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, he contributed to the development of the sustainable system to upgrade training programs. He has a master's degree from the Fletcher School, Tufts University in the USA, and also a PhD from Cardiff in the UK. Next, I would like to introduce Professor Dr. Thomas Schroeder. He is the Director, Institute of General and Vocational Education, and also Chair of the International Cooperation in Education and TVET Systems. He is also the holder of the UNESCO Chair for TVET and Competence Development for the Future of Work at TU Dortmund University. He has vast experience in designing and managing projects in TVET in the higher education sector in Germany, Europe, Africa, Latin America, and Asia, and also been in policy advisory. He provided technical advisory services for governments and implemented systemic innovation at the implementation level. He's also the founder of the Regional Association of Vocational and Technical Education in Asia, and also the editor-in-chief of TVET at Asia. Professor Schroeder's specific research and development interests are the analysis of TVET systems, the dual TVET system, work-based learning and vocational didactics, the education of TVET personnel in the context of 21st century. Finally, but not least, I would like to introduce Ms. Sasha Ratnam. She is the co-founder of Tech Terrain College, Malaysia, which I understand is a substantial operation with more than 1,200 trainees. As a co-founder, she has been awarded the title of the National Apprenticeship Expert by the British Council, with a mission to provide a brighter future for young Malaysians. She focuses on the delivery of innovative TVET diploma programs that are hands-on and industry-focused with no SPM requirements. Over the last 18 years, the college has graduated over 5,000 Malaysians with TVET qualifications and successfully placed them with their 250 industry partners. Over a decade of experience in TVET implementation and apprenticeships, Sasha is passionate about the way education stays relevant in the 21st century. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we are very fortunate to have three very eminent speakers with us this afternoon. Two with very wide international experience, and then Sasha, who can also provide us with local contacts. Having made the introductions, let's begin the session. I will now pose the panel with the first question, which we will take in turn from one speaker to another. I think we all agree that we recognize the importance of TVET to the workforce and also to our economy and society at large. Hence, the question, what are the challenges of making TVET a real catalyst in this era of the fourth industrial revolution, as well as the disrupted situation that we have of the COVID-19 pandemic? Can I ask Dr. Mori to first give us his perspective in this area? Thank you, Dr. Mori.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your introduction, Dr. Pamjit. And then very nice to see you, Sasha, and then Dr. Schroeder. So yeah, thank you very much for the question. It's very interesting and very important. I think a point is how to train the people who can deal with the rapid change and the uncertainty in the age of the Industry 4.0 and then like digital technology development. From my perspective, there are the four main challenges. First challenge is about the learning ability of TVET student. In the age of the uncertainty, we need the ability to deal with the many unexpected issues and then to adapt a new environment very quickly. But the issue is in general, not only in Malaysia, but in many countries, the TVET students and graduates often have good practical skills, but they tend to have a little bit lower learning ability than those from the higher education. That's, I think, are quite general challenges. So because the TVET program tend to focus on the specific technical skills rather than the general skills or the theoretical knowledge, that could be the one reason. So another issue could be that they are not trained to study continuously by themselves. For example, I have many friends working in a manufacturing company in Japan or Vietnam, where I used to work a long time. One of the general director of the Japanese manufacturing company said they try to train both higher education graduate and then TVET graduate at the same time, provide that same training. But the learning speed of the TVET graduate and the higher education graduate are different because of the learning skills. Like a higher graduate student tend to study by themselves, but the TVET student tend to wait for the guidance. That's this difference. Second challenge is equality and diversity. In order to deal with the rapid change and uncertainty, you need to have a creativity supported by various ideas, and then often the ideas come from the people from various backgrounds who have different angles. So we promote gender equality and then social inclusion at the ILO, but these inclusion equality is very important. For example, a female student may provide a different idea from the male student. In my previous job, I used to work as a Japan International Cooperation Agency as a TVET expert, and I saw one female student of the Japanese technical colleges develop a system to detect the defect of the low-quality coffee beans by using the machine learning of the color image of the coffee bean. So of course, I don't say like a male student cannot do that, but simply like they have a different idea. So it's very important to utilize people from different backgrounds. However, despite the various effort made by the government and then the TVET institutions in Malaysia, I see the equality and diversity are still not enough in a certain trade and then a training field. If I look at the enrollment rate, it seems quite equal. But if I look at, for example, like enrollment rate by the sector, it seems like some trade or course, like machining, constructions, or automotive, or welding, those fields seems to be dominated by the male, although female have a good potential to join this sector too. The third challenge is about the industry engagement in TVET. Thank you for that. That's the area I've been using. I've been working on because I'm originally from a private sector. I used to work in a manufacturing company. I know like Malaysian government has been making a lot of the effort to promote the industry engagement. And then I saw some employers organization like Malaysian Employer Federation, Federation of the Malaysian Manufacturer, provide a lot of the useful information in developing skilled standard and curricula. And then I saw like a Ministry of Human Resources have a really good mechanism called the industry-led bodies. However, I think industry is joining as advisors, not as a leader. So since Malaysia is becoming a higher income economies, the industry should have a stronger leadership in the skills development. The final point is the skills demand itself. I've been working in the TVET sector. Let's say like us try to increase the skills supply in various countries. But I often think the skills demand is very important too. Because if companies don't require the skilled workforce, if we train many skilled workers, simply we are creating the overqualification or skills unutilization. So we need to stimulate the skills demand. Our project focuses on the two sectors, construction and food processing sector, but I see the difference of the skills demand. For example, when we talk about the industry revolution, IR 4.0 technologies, in the food processing sector, I saw relatively lower demand for the higher technologies compared with the construction sector, because probably one of the reasons the sector is consists of the many small and medium enterprises. So thank you very much. My answer become a bit longer, but basically I see the four main challenges. Thank you very much. Over to you, Datuk.
Thank you, Mr. Mori. What I found most interesting was the differences between the male and female, traits that they take up. So very much certain traits like welding, mainly male-dominated. I think that's what you said. Yeah. And also very interesting to note from you that continuing education is something that lacks. Yeah. Motivation-wise, I suppose. Or they're always looking for someone to come and teach them. Yeah, so that's interesting. Sasha, can I ask you to go next? Because Dr. Schroeder, I think, is having difficulty getting on, yeah? And again,
no problem.
We're talking about the challenges, yeah, Sasha? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Paramjit. Thank you, Dr. Mori, for your wonderful insight. I'm going to be able to give insight in a more localized context. Now, over the last decade, I've been working in TVET and the implementation of not just policy, but actual recruitment of students and the implementation of our government and private diplomas in the technical vocational education and training sector. Now, of course, TVET is a catalyst to our Industry 4.0. We are in a situation right now where everyone is a little bit afraid as to what the future of our country, the future of our economy holds due to this pandemic that has unfortunately come against us. Now, the challenges of TVET in Malaysia, I think, are also being faced by many other countries around the world. The first of it is the public perception of what TVET is. A lot of people don't even understand what TVET means. They think, this weird acronym, and Malaysia loves the acronyms. We've got 1 million acronyms around Malaysia, but TVET is something that people are still not very used to. They don't know whether it is higher education. They don't know whether it's actually just vocational schools, technical schools. It's a little bit of a mumbo jumbo. So what has happened, I think, in our Malaysian technical landscape is that there is no clear definition to where the student can go and what are their pathways moving forward. This is without COVID. Malaysians also are having the issue of the technical diplomas not being recognized the same way MQA diplomas are being recognized in the market. It's not just the job market, but also in the education industry. People think that TVET is meant for students who only didn't do well in SPM, so no problem, then you can go into a TVET sector. That's not the case. If TVET is going to be the main pillar of how our industries move forward into IR 4.0, we need to focus on TVET becoming a pillar of our education sector. Now, this needs to be done through the bridging of MQA and JPK, Jabatan Pembangunan Kemahiran, who is also the big boss of TVET diplomas. Not just the bridging, but also making sure that the graduates out of TVET diplomas can all go into university. Now, Dr. Mori brought up a very, very crucial point, which is the pathways of education for TVET isn't as simple as the academic pathways. A student who has done very well in SPM can walk into any university and know that from a diploma, he can transition seamlessly into a degree and then move without even an afterthought into a master's program, into a PhD. However, unfortunately for our TVET students, we still have a little bit of a bridging process to be done, where we have JPK diplomas that are now, thankfully, being streamlined into making sure that our TVET graduates can move into higher education seamlessly as well. So I would like to congratulate the Education Ministry. That's something that we are working very hard to provide for our young Malaysians. Now, the COVID situation has brought an entire new chapter into the higher education landscape, not just for TVET, but also for academic higher education. The unfortunate thing is in Malaysia, because of the availability of cheap labor from other countries, it has allowed our industries to kind of remain low skill and human centric. processes that in other countries, like you said, Germany, Singapore, even our neighbor, they have been forced to automate. They have been forced to look at TVET as the answer for making sure our young people become higher skilled so that machines can take the lower skilled jobs. This is something that COVID has forced our Malaysian industries to do because of the fact that our people can't go into the workforce. We've all been shut down since 2020. TVET has become a situation where we need to digitalize. We need to make sure that the skills being taught in our universities itself can keep up with the automation that is required by our IR 4.0. So at the moment, these are some of the main deterrents that I see in our TVET sector, and of course, the problems that the disruption that has been brought by COVID-19.
Thank you, Sasha.
Dr. Pranjit.
Thank you so much. You have given us a local perspective and very much an area that I can resonate with, like, for example, public perception. But you've also said we've won the battle a little bit on the qualification front, that there's now progression from TVET to the, there is an academic pathway from TVET. Yeah, and that's really good. So that there is some semblance of recognition now, yeah, as one would say. Otherwise, it's always been related to be one that's a dead end, yeah, and so forth. You've also mentioned that technical diplomas, generally have less recognition than diplomas that are MQA accredited. Yeah, that's very, very true. Cheap labor, that was an interesting point that you made. Yeah, and so having said all this, let me see, Dr. Schroeder is still not online. Okay, I would like to then put it back to Dr. Mori. From the challenges that you have outlined, what do you think from a policy perspective can be done to address these? That's first. And also, again, from an institutional perspective, how can TVET or higher education institutions respond to address these challenges? And also from the public and student perspective, how can we shape public perception, especially students, to address these challenges? These challenges of lack of recognition and they don't enjoy the same platform as tertiary students. Yeah. So, Dr. Mori, maybe you can give us a perspective on these three areas. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Datuk. It's a huge question, but I try to answer, and I try to answer shortly. So to begin with, let me focus on the digital technology or IR 4.0. I think we should be a little careful not to mystify our IR 4.0 technology. We should be aware that some are the new technology, there is a change, but not to scare too much. I think policy or policymakers provide a vision, so I think it's very important to make people aware of the difference, but also not to be scared. Because some technologies are new, but others are adaptation or application to existing technology. For example, like regarding automation technology, of course, like programming or machine learning is new, but like a programmable logic controller, pneumatic, machinery maintenance, sensor, all are important. And then those are existing technology and skill. So also, this will lead to another point, but when I visited the training center of the lean automation system integrators in Thailand, run by the one Japanese big automotive parts manufacturer, it is promoting like automation IoT. I saw like what they teach first is not like automation technology, but the conventional productivity and quality improvement method, because they said actually the people need to learn like how to improve productivity and quality first. Otherwise, they cannot set up a proper automation line effectively. So again, like some are new, but again, some are the application of the existing technology. So let's not be too much afraid of that. That's my message. Having said that, I have several suggestions for the policy side. First proposal is related to my comment on the learning ability. I think it is really important to strengthen the general skills or core skills in ILO's term, which is include like problem solving by group or logical thinking or like mathematics, basic mathematics and scientific theories, like also like statistics and so on. Because these skills will enable TVET graduate to not only get a job, but to achieve a continuous career development. So I'm fully aware that like relevant ministries in Malaysia is promoting soft skills or core skills, like core competency under the National Occupational Skills Standard. But however, I think it is important to further promote those core skills. Just for your information, ILO recently launched a global framework on the core skills for life and work in the 21st century. Later, I'll just post it if you are interested. And in Malaysia, our project supported by the UK government try to promote the integration of the science, technology, engineering, mathematics skills into the TVET and skills training. Yeah, so that's why just want to emphasize that the core skills are important. And then second issue is about mainstream the gender equality and social inclusion in the TVET. For this, for policy side, I think it is important to promote a more flexible program. It's a bit difficult to explain all the detail, but basically, we recommend more modular programs, which allow the different people to join even in a short term, because particularly the people in a vulnerable group or people in a remote area have a difficulty to join a long-term training. So we should provide a more flexible program to let these people to join and then get the skills in a modular basis. And then that already mentioned, but also it is necessary to reduce the gender bias in occupation or job selections. For example, like welding, machining, construction tend to be like a male-dominated sector, but a female has a chance to join this sector and then to be a skilled workers. For example, I know like there's a skilled operator for the electric discharge machine, even though like a machining sector considered to be like a physically demanding job, but still female can be a skilled operator. In construction sectors, probably the technology change can give a more chance for female to join this sector as a skilled workforce. For example, the building information modeling, this is a new technology too, but probably female can be skilled engineers or technicians in utilizing this technology. Another technology could be a 3D printing. Sorry, I'm currently in Japan, but I saw one news article, which is nothing new, but even in Japan, I saw like the workforce in the construction sector will decrease from 5 million in 2017 to 3 million in 2040. Yeah. So therefore, like some big company try to utilize a 3D printing technology for construction sectors. So this technology may give a chance for more female workers to join this technology. So that's my proposal for the policy side. I have some more, but maybe I just try to save our time. Then another issue is about the institution side. TVET institutions, which I also used to work for. So maybe Miss Sasha can give a more concrete idea, but also let me make a few proposals on this. Basically, it's similar to the challenges I mentioned, in line with the challenge I mentioned. So first is to improve the learning ability of the TVET student. Of course, policy is important, but the TVET institution can have a lot of things to do. For example, the further promotion of the hands-on project or problem-based learning. I know they are already doing, but I think it is more important to give it is important to give a more opportunity for self-learning through the trial and errors, because I still need to learn the situation in Malaysia more. But in general, TVET students tend to have a limited opportunity for trial and errors, partially related to the many equipment are expensive. And then I used to work in TVET institutions, and I fully understand our instructors are afraid to let the student to touch on the machines because they're afraid that the student will damage it. But still, they need a chance for trial and errors. That's very important. So that's why some hands-on project could be very important. That is not only for higher education students, but also important for TVET students. And then another thing is I really recommend to promote a student interest in certain theoretical knowledge. Practical knowledge is, skills are very important too. But yeah, the curiosity on theoretical knowledge is also very important. Sorry, Datuk, you think I should shorten my comment?
No, not at all, not at all. We got plenty of time.
Sorry.
Now we have 2 speakers instead of 3, yeah?
Yeah, okay,
So carry on, plenty of time.
Sure. Thank you very much. Because maybe Ms. Sasha can give more detail, but for example, when I used to work in TVET institutions, our students know how to operate like a CNC machines or machine tool, but they don't know why one metal can cut another metal. So they need to be curious why they can do that. And then what's the best matching between the cutting tools and the material and so on. So I don't say TVET students have same knowledge, same level of theoretical knowledge as a higher education student, but still they still need certain theoretical knowledge. So, and then another point is about equality and diversity. So again, promoting a flexible program for the people in a vulnerable group is very important. As an ILO, we often recommend TVET institution to work on a civil society organizations or community-based organization like NGO and so on, because they often have a better outreach. So that could be the one thing. And then as our project for Skills for Prosperity Malaysia, we try to do this in Sabah and Kedah. So hopefully we can report some results soon. So finally, sorry, about how to shape the public perception. That's quite difficult. And then the challenges in many countries, not only in Malaysia, including Japan, I think in many developed countries too. So I just want to go for a little simple concept. I think TVET students tend to be a little bit conservative and then tend to limit their potentials, partially by themselves, but by their parents and then by the instructor too. So I borrow the word from the famous founder of the Apple, Steve Jobs. I really like his word. He said stay hungry and stay foolish. And then that's a word he's keeping for himself, and then that's a word I want to keep for myself. So I think it's really important to be curious about new skills and technology. Often they think that people with a high level of knowledge, but no, even students can utilize those new skills. And then there are a lot of the space they can utilize those knowledge and skills. And then also, I think many TVET students tend to have limited knowledge about upskilling and learning opportunity. So it is very important to increase awareness of the upskilling and learning opportunities. Actually, the government are doing a lot, and then probably like TVET institutions, like Ms. Sasha's institutions should be doing a lot, but simply many students or youth have a limited knowledge. So the information is very important. So reduce information gap is important. And then as an ILO in Malaysia, what we try to do is we are currently working with the Economic Planning Unit and then Department of Statistics Malaysia and then Talent Corp. About we provide a technical assistance for the labor market information analytics platform initiative. So by through our technical assistance, I hope we can reduce the information gap about learning and the upskilling opportunity for youth. Sorry, I hope I covered these three big questions, but please tell me if I miss anything. Thank you very much, Datuk.
Thank you, Dr. Mori. You're given us a very good perspective. I think, your experience in different countries, so the perspective you've given us is extremely valuable. I mean, you emphasize quite a lot on automation and IoT and use of technologies in current trades. Yes, that's very important so that a lot of menial tasks don't have to be done. And it will automatically enhance the image and profile of people working together with technology. Yes, and very interesting. You mentioned gender equality. I mean, that's something I have not realized myself, and maybe Sasha can tell us a bit more about how this plays out in our local environment. Institutionally, you've also said enhance hands-on experience. Yeah, I think that's an extremely valid point. How we can work with industry and get people experienced while they're studying, getting them to actually do the real job. Yeah, and so forth. Shaping public perception, that's always a huge challenge. And I think that there are, it's a pity Dr. Schroeder is not here, but I was hoping that we can tap on him to see how they have actually glorified TVET in Germany. Very much sought after. People want to do it. They actually seek places in institutions to be admitted because there's a lot of competition for that type of skills. That's something to think about as to how certain countries have actually achieved that. And increasing upskilling opportunities, I think definitely. Right now in Malaysia, just like what Sasha has said earlier, the progression from TVET to the academic framework pathway, that's actually helping quite a lot because people can see where they stand, in relation to their fellow, graduates from universities. So, Sasha, there's plenty of time. You don't have to rush. We are running about 20 minutes ahead of time at the moment, 17 minutes to be precise. So don't worry, and we'd like to see what your perspective is, again, on the policy side, especially on the local front, and also from the institutional side, which I think you'll be able to give us a very good perspective. And Dr. Mori also said that you'll be able to give us a good perspective because you're running such an institution with more than 1,000 trainees, as I've learned. And also, how do we overcome the public perception? I mean, there's very few people trying to get into it. And the country has been struggling. We have been literally spoon feeding, isn't it? Trying to create all kinds of funds, paying people allowances, and still they don't want to do it. So, but Dr. Mori did throw some light as to why that's happening, but maybe we can also see your perspective from the local front. Okay, Sasha, over to you now.
Thank you, Dr. Paramjit. Dr. Mori, thank you very much for your insight. You are quite a hard act to follow, I must admit. Okay, so thank you for the opportunity to just kind of give my insight on how we can address the challenges of our TVET environment in Malaysia. Now, from a policy perspective, just personally from my experience last year, I worked as the National Apprenticeship Expert under British Council, and we did a 5-nation study to compare the Malaysian landscape of apprenticeship systems. However, that overlapped into, of course, we had to dig deeper and look at the TVET systems of our country. Now, I'm not going to go too much into the streamlining of MQ and JPK because if I started with that, I don't think I'll end, and the 17 minutes head start that Dr. Paramjit has, I think would be over very quickly. So I'm going to keep it quite simple and sweet for streamlining. MQ and JPK have already done a great job, like I mentioned earlier, to kind of get everything on the same pathway. Second thing that I think policymakers need to be a little bit more aware of in our landscape is funding. Now, every student in Malaysia, TVET is normally, and I say this not with the future in mind, but with the past decade from our experience, TVET has generally been taken up by students from not just the T20s, but a bigger proportion of our students come from B40 environments and M40 environments. Now, these are students who are going to need some sort of funding assistance. Now, the government has set up a fund called PTPK, Perbadanan Tabung Pembangunan Kemahiran, which in Malaysia, everybody knows the word PTPTN. When you say PTPK, they have no idea what that acronym stands for. Now, funding is something that these students need for them to be able to move forward. Just going back into the psyche of a student who normally goes into a TVET diploma, these are students who already come from a little bit of hardship in their backgrounds. They come from situations which are not so comfortable for them to attend tuition classes, for them to attend extra learning assistance during their high school education, which is why they've already come with grades which may not be so suitable for them to immediately jump into higher education. Now, I'm not saying that TVET is only meant for students who did bad in exams. In our experience, we've got students with straight A's, we've got students with 7 A's, 5 A's, 3 passes, all fail. Everybody seems to want to get into TVET when they learn what TVET is about. However, funding seems to be a very, very big issue for them to pursue this dream, for them to pursue this further education. So I think funding is something that needs to be not just looked at as a singular project, which means 2022, hey, let's pump a big budget into TVET. No, it needs to be put into the Malaysian roadmap, education roadmap, consistently. It's always a buzzword. TVET is always a buzzword in our blueprints. However, it needs to be looked at as not just a happy thing to talk about when times are good, but it needs to be, this is a real catalyst to how we can change our economic ways of Malaysia. Now, the third thing is, of course, branding and awareness. In Malaysia, unfortunately, and I think this is quite a sad truth to be told, TVET is looked at like the stepchild of education. If you can't become, the scholar child in the family, it's okay, go into TVET. Now that branding and perception needs to change. It needs to become something where it's not about whether your grades were high or low. It's about the ability or your interest to study as a hands-on practical learner. That's actually what TVET is. It's about the people who learn differently compared to the students who like to sit in university and read books and write theory papers. Hands-on are the kids who were, being told off in class because they can't sit still. They are the students who want to use their hands to actually be doing work. That's actually the perception that needs to change. It needs to become, you go into TVET because you are a hands-on practical learner, and the pathways will allow you to get the same master's degree, the same PhDs as the academic learner, and of course, the career pathways. Now, this is where it gets interesting. The career pathways for a TVET student, most of the time something that we have seen. Now, TTC, we run MQA, which is academic pathways, and we also run TVET. Now, because of the hands-on practical basis of what TVET is, our students tend to go into the job market and they're very highly sought after. We've got 250 industry partners that wait for our graduation every year because they know these students have already done things using their hands. And so they go in with practical skills where they, like Dr. Morris said something quite funny just now, and I was laughing because this is something our industry partners tell us all the time. I have a $2 million CNC machine in my company. I am not going to let a fresh graduate touch that machine because although I have insurance, I'm not going to let a fresh grad touch that machine because he's never touched a machine a day in his life. Whereas our TVET students, we have CNC machines in our practical centers. They need to be doing all of that before they step out into the job market. So there's a very, very different perception change that needs to be made here, where TVET actually is not just the second choice, but actually a different choice, a highly successful different choice for people who want to go into an education that allows you to be hands-on and practical. Now, something else that I wanted to talk about was the branding of TVET. Now, Dr. Mori keeps talking about gender bias. Absolutely. As somebody who is female and I will not disclose my age in this platform. However, I am not the actual profile of somebody you see in TVET. Now, this is something that I have faced time and again, and my students, my female students, face this time and again. We run precision engineering, logistics, and retail. Whenever I have a female student who goes to an employer, they immediately assume that this is a student who came from a retail management diploma. However, this is a female student that has gone through 3 years of precision engineering. Now, this is a gender bias that needs to be changed in our Malaysian mindset. And this is something that not just policymakers, but of course, TVET implementers like ourselves need to change our own mindsets that TVET is not just for boys. It is no longer just machining. It is no longer just welding. It's no longer just, manufacturing. TVET encompasses logistics, retail management, fashion, culinary, all of these really interesting jobs that a lot of other countries have already pursued. They have made these jobs, quote unquote, sexy for people to go into the TVET environment. You're looking at Gordon Ramsay, Jamie Oliver, and all of these, fashionistas who all have actually come from a TVET hands-on background and have made very big success stories of themselves. Those are the people we should be branding to make sure TVET is looked at as a potential pathway for success. And finally, of course, how does TVET adapt? How do our policymakers adapt to the current environment? We're struggling with COVID-19. We've been sitting at home since 2020. How does education and policymakers in education adapt to ensuring TVET isn't left behind? Because I go on and on about hands-on, but what do you do with education when you actually can't be there to touch and feel? How do you do hands-on education then? Now, this is where I think policymakers need to step in and step in quickly. We have had a lot of progress in Ministry of Education and also in Ministry of Human Resource to be able to assist implementers of TVET education to see how we can quickly automate and digitalize our machining education, for example. How can we start doing online simulations? How can we digitalize all of our programs so that our assessments can then still be of the same quality, but still allow the student to proceed with their education? It shouldn't be such that because someone has chosen TVET and chosen this pathway, they will have to wait because we haven't taken the steps forward to adapt to our current environment where education cannot be run face-to-face at the moment. So I think that's something that maybe the government can look into a little bit more and move faster, because we thought we would be locked down for 3 months and then it became 6 months. And 2 years later, we are still waiting to go back. So we don't know how long this is going to move forward. So that is just some of my input from the policy side of things. Dr. Pramjit, is there something that maybe you want to add on before I go into institution?
No, not really, but I think you've covered a fairly wide area. But the 5-nation study is very important, yeah? And I think you could actually draw out and some good practices and perhaps influence government policies here. And I assume that you are involved. You mentioned that there were presentations made to Human Resource and Education Ministry here. So I think that would be very useful. But I agree with everything that you have said, and that's I'm not in the TVET area, but I keep hearing very similar points that you have brought up, that our policymakers need to effect certain changes, but also the perception issues. The perception issue is a big issue. For example, you mentioned precision engineering. The assumption will be that it is a male who would have done it, yeah? Employers wouldn't expect a female with a precision engineering qualification. But I was also taken up by what you just said about people not allowing newly qualified, new graduates to touch pretty sensitive, expensive fields. Yeah. So very interesting points, Tasha, and I'm sure we are getting something very invaluable from you, because you are right there in the field producing graduates, and you can see these problems likely occurring right in front of you. Thank you so much. I mean, yeah. Okay, you can tell us how you've been doing it institutionally. Yeah.
Thank
with
you.
all that
Thank you for those
experience
kind
that you have.
words.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, institution-wise, now TTC also sits on the EXCO of TVET, private TVET providers in Malaysia. We have an organization called FIMAC, and FIMAC has over 600 something private TVET providers. Now, as an institution, we always focus on ensuring our syllabus has to be industry standard and industry linked. Now, Dr. Mori spoke a little bit about that because he comes himself from the private sector, and I think that experience is really invaluable. A lot of educationists, and I say this with ourselves included, we seem to forget how quickly industry changes. And with IR 4.0, the industry is going to change again. Now, something that Dr. Mori said, which I really took on board, is that there seems to be an actual fear of the word IR 4.0, especially in Malaysia. People are very afraid of it. They don't know what it is, so they immediately become very afraid. But actually, if we removed some of those questions and some of those, it's shrouded in some sort of, like a magical haze. But actually what it is, it's actually taking those skills that human people are doing right now and ensuring that it can be automated and digitalized, getting machines to do things that normally human beings were doing. And that's actually where TVET comes into play. Our institutions need to look at all of the processes that we are actually teaching our students. We shouldn't be teaching them things that robots can take. There's a saying, I think, from way back when it says, the robots are going to take over our jobs. Well, that's true. And that's what we need. We need the robots to take over our jobs so that human brains can be used for elevated processes. Now, that is the job of TVET institutions and policymakers. But as TVET institutions, we need to make sure that we are linking with industry to see what they actually need. And the education industry is already going through a revolution. Brick and mortar, having huge campuses and things like that doesn't seem to be the way forward. People have already learned that they can actually do education from sitting at home in their pajamas. So how are we in brick and mortar education need to ensure that we are teaching them the relevant things for today's needs? Building programs that are relevant today. Gone are the days in my and your environments where a child comes out and says, I want to be a doctor, lawyer, or an engineer. I've got kids myself. They come to me and they say, I want to be a coding analyst, or I want to be, a Facebook digital specialist. And I have no idea what these things mean. So we need to be building programs that are relevant to those sectors and to the sectors that are growing. They are growth industries, not just physical hands-on things that we know, but the things that are moving our economies forward. Now, in Malaysia, I do admit we are a little bit slow to the uptake. I wish Dr. Schroeder was here to give us his insights as well with how Germany does it. Japan, I know, has done some amazing work in TVET. They are actually one of very, very powerful with regards to countries in this nation, TVET. With regards to institutions, we need to make sure that the syllabus that we're teaching is relevant today. We also need to ensure that the quality standards of what we deliver don't slip during a time like this, because we owe it to our students. We owe it to them to ensure that we have automated and digitalized enough to ensure that what they are paying us for, what the government is paying us for, is still delivered at the same rate as if they were with us face to face. Moving on, I would just like to touch a little bit about public perception, especially students. Now, of course, this is my favorite topic because these are students that I see every single day. Touch and feel of students is something that we're very passionate about. TTC was formed because we realized there was a gap in the market where our young Malaysians were being let go without any opportunities if they failed SPM, or if they did 3 credits, or if someone did well in SPM but just decided, you know what, I don't want to go to lectures every day, sit down and just listen to somebody talking to me. So that's why TTC was born. And over the last 18 years, we've managed to build programs that have made our students successful. Public perception, students' perception. The answer to any successful education pathway, whether TVET or MQA is actually fairly simple. It's always about the recognition of the course. The certificate that they come out with needs to be recognized. It's about funding. If they can't afford to pay for it out of their own pocket, somebody needs to help them. Now, these are 17, 18, 19-year-olds who have their entire future ahead of them, futures that help shape our economy, our country's economy. They need assistance right now so they can give back to our economy moving forward. And finally, it's about jobs, it's about careers. They need to be able to have education that guarantees them careers in high demand industries. Now, the reason why TTC, we have kept our course offerings quite small, precision engineering, logistics, and retail, is because you cannot go out with these diplomas and say you cannot find a job. These are some of the biggest industries in our country, and our 250 industry partners are testament to that. They wait for our graduations so that they can snatch up these graduates every single year. It's actually just that simple. Recognition, funding, and the success of their job and career. Students with TVET education, finding jobs is actually really easy because employers know they come with hands-on experience. Now, employers actually really like them. Now, we have looked at policy and different types of things have been developed by the government, right from SLDN, which is Malaysia's answer to apprenticeship. They've also tried to do talent corp apprenticeships. Different types of products have been brought out, but because of perception of TVET, because of perception of people don't even know what apprenticeship, perantisan means, these great systems and these great answers and solutions are not being taken up by the general public because people don't know what it is. So how do we change that? How do we actually change that? Now, the first thing I would like to say is when you're selling to somebody who is 18 years old, and the difference between, I think, something that a lot of our policymakers don't understand today is the decision maker in this process. Last time during my generation, my parents, sorry, I believe I was on mute.
Yes.
My apologies. My apologies. I think my internet has dropped out. Let me just continue from where I was saying just now. The marketing of TVET to students. I was saying just now that these students have had handphones since they were in high school. The decision makers of what they're going to study is no longer the parents, it's actually the student. Now, our advertising of how we advertise TVET, how we change public perception needs to be catered to these students. They need to be looking at advertising on Instagram. They need to be looking at advertising on Facebook. They need to be looking at advertising on TikTok. I know it sounds so counterintuitive for a product as important as higher education, but this is the way we change the market's perception. It needs to go down to the actual consumer's needs and making sure that they understand that TVET can change their futures. And it is a relevant, demand-driven, and a successful pathway for them to enter after their high school education. So I think that's pretty much all I have to say on that topic. I hope my little internet dropout didn't disrupt my information too much. Dr. Param, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Sasha. That was really good and comprehensive. Just looking at how you do your advertising, this is great. I don't think anyone can see it, but this is an employer saying, why hire TTC apprentices? Yeah, and he's saying you get new full-time Malaysian employees working with you for a minimum of 2 years, learning skills you need for your company, get double deductions. That's amazing. So you have an advertising strategy to draw in students for your courses. That's congratulations. Thank you. You covered a lot, but can I just ask you? Did you say under FEMAC there are 600 institutions?
Yes, there's over 600 institutions that are private TVET providers.
Right. Okay, that's a lot, huh?
Oh, yes. Yeah, there are many of us.
And would you say that you are in the top quartile in terms of numbers? I mean, many of them would be much smaller than your institution. Is that?
That is true. That is true. And it's an unfortunate fact, in fact, because I think the work that we're doing is actually quite crucial and important. So the more the industry grows, the better for our Malaysians.
Yeah, so I can't multiply 600 by 1,000. Yeah, that will not be the right number. Yeah. Okay. I think you have outlined quite a number of things. The fear of IR 4.0, it looks like a very daunting, future technology that's coming down on us. Yeah, a lot of people may not understand that, but I suppose the schools are not creating the familiarization of what IR 4.0 really means. Linking with industries, I was really fascinated by what you said here, because it is a concept that I myself strongly believe in. Linking with industry on what they really need, and also focusing on the growth industries of where the growth might be, and also not letting quality drop during times like this when they are not on campus. This is exactly what I believe in. You can't be producing any graduate if you're not working together with industry.
Exactly. Exactly.
And you are creating an unemployment pool. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, I go one step further, and I often tell my colleagues that our clients in our university are not the students; they're actually industry itself. Those are our clients. So because we are set up to provide them with the pool of talent that they need. So how can students become the clients? So many universities or colleges or institutions, they don't relate things like that. So that's what you're here for. You're producing talent. So define your client properly and serve your client. Yeah, very simple, isn't it? Yeah, and these simple things are lost. Yeah, and in terms of recognition of courses, yes, you said many things, but I think success on the job. That's what we need to promote so that people can see the result of what they can be if they actually follow the TVET path. Yeah, that's good. Recognition of courses. So a lot of publicity is required. And I want to go back to Dr. Murray. Dr. Murray, you mentioned the global framework earlier, and you also said that you can share this. That will really be interesting. But the next question actually relates very closely to the global framework. TVET has always been perceived to be separate and different from higher education. Yeah, it's always seen to be different. In Malaysia, we have brought it closer together by coming up with a framework that leads TVET graduates into the academic area. Now, the question to you is, how can we bridge these two terrains of tertiary education to the level that the perception that they're different? How do we bring them together? How do we harmonize it? And maybe the answer lies in what you mentioned about the framework. Global framework, I would assume that this is recognition given by a number of a cluster of countries, not just insular to any one country. Yeah. So can you give us a little bit of an overview on that, how we can harmonize the two sectors, TVET and higher education?
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Datuk. Probably my answer will be a little overlap with Ms. Sasha's answer. But the global framework is a global framework for core skills. Because as I said, like core skills, like problem solving skills or critical thinking skills, often like people, like employers think that's the skills required for the engineers graduated from university. But what I want to emphasize is no. It's also important for the TVET students. They also need to solve the problem. And then, for example, they may be technicians or skilled operators when they, get a job. but they need to negotiate with the engineers or managers. For this, they need those core skills. So again, like that core skills will help TVET graduate to have career progressions. That's why these skills are important. So in the end, like I think it is really important to ensure the career progression of the TVET graduate, and then eliminate that permanent gap between the TVET and higher education graduate. To be honest, maybe the entry point can be different. Like I used to work for a consumer electronics manufacturing company, and then university graduate and then TVET graduate join a different level. That's probably no choice. However, if in a continuous career, always this gap stay permanently, that's going to be a problem, and then nobody want to join the TVET. So like maybe taking time, the career should like converge, or a TVET student should have a chance to even like overpass university graduate depending on skills. That's very important. So for example, like when I was working in the private sector, I have one graduate, one friend who graduated the technical college. And then he joined as a service engineer, a bit lower grade than university graduate who joined the company at same years. But later, he studied programming of the microcontroller by himself, and then he developed his skills. And then later, he almost his grade and salary catch up a university graduate. And then he even become a programmer of the smartphone. And then now he's a project manager. So nobody, distinguish him or differentiate him from either he's a university graduate or higher education graduate because of his skills. Of course, it depends on his own effort. I admire it. But another thing is that he had the opportunity to study in a company or outside of the company. So that's why giving the opportunity for the lifelong learning or continuous learning is very important. So that's one issue. Another thing is how to, but still I think it's important to give opportunity for TVET students to transfer to higher education. We shouldn't eliminate that path, as Ms. Sasha said. So I got a PhD from Cardiff University in the UK. My supervisor was great, but actually he used to be a welding technician. Yeah, and then of course he got a PhD in the end, but somehow he proud that he used to work in an automotive factory and he did welding. So that sort of path should be important. And then, as Ms. Sasha explained, I understand there's a path in Malaysia, but the question is how effective of that path is. Often, to be honest, in Japan, the path is not that effective. And then the country I used to work before Malaysia is Vietnam. There was a path, but there was not much monitoring was done for the effectiveness of this path. So I still need to learn a bit more about the situation in Malaysia, but I think it is really important to monitor how effective is the transfer path between TVET and higher education. Otherwise, as Ms. Sasha said, now the young people knows many things. They have a lot of information. So if that path doesn't work, they already know. So they don't want to join TVET. Then finally, I think maybe I'm repeating the point Ms. Sasha mentioned, it is very important to improve both economic and then social status of the TVET students. Not only one of that, but both. So one thing is about the wage. When I work in the industry, I tend to say oh, money is not everything, why people care about the wage, but wage is important. So it is very important to promote a skill-based wage in partnership with industry. I know it's not important. I know it's quite difficult because wage is very sensitive for industry. And then I'm not advocating something like compulsory, but still promoting the wage system based on skills is very important. not only based on educational attainment. Educational attainment is important, but we also need to balance the value of the skills. And then another thing is the social status. Wage is important, but also social recognition is very important, as Ms. Sasha said. For this, I myself have been struggling how to do this. Maybe better promotion is always important. Like utilizing current technology is fascinating, like TikTok, like Facebook. That's something I myself need to learn, to be honest. So, but also I think it is important to find out the role models, because if you know somebody who is successful, I think people will believe like TVET is a good option. Like some of my friends who graduated the TVET, they have a skills, but also they have a decent wage and then salary. So like his hobby is like driving very high-end motorcycles. So it means that he has ways to earn, just feed into his hobby, but also his social status. Many people respect him too. So also like my colleagues in Malaysia told me, like, for example, there's a people who did welding for the large pipe under the sea. They also need the skills, and often they train by the TVET institutions. And then also like a building maintenance. Nowadays, like we think about the sustainability. So not only building the building, but also after that, like how to make building more efficient or sustainable. That's very important. So those people are often from TVET path. So we still need, we really need to recognize the value of these skills people, often from TVET path. So yeah, that's my immediate answer, Datuk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mori. Sorry, I misunderstood your global framework, but I understand now it's for the core competencies. Yeah, but nevertheless, very important. And also ensuring career progression. You talked about convergence. That would be an interesting model. And I think Sasha might be able to take us a little bit further by actually illustrating what our pathway right now is, the new pathway that's appeared from the TVET stream right onto the MQA accredited stream. Yeah, so maybe Sasha can help us with that. But thank you, Dr. Mori, for also expounding on the social and economic status elements, very important. I mean, a lot of promotion needs to be done, I agree, and using role models, yes. But I would also like to add, a lot of guidance is actually given in schools. So even school counselors must be trained to understand, so that they actually put students on the right path. Because a lot of streaming can be done there as well, like they do in Singapore, actually quite a bit. And also, I suppose parents will still be, a lot of parents from the old school will still be upping on the traditional professions like, you must be a doctor and you must be, an engineer or an accountant, or without understanding it. But I would have loved to do TVET before I did anything else, because without going to any college or school, I used to dirty my hands, dirty my fingers by doing all kinds of things that you guys will be doing in TVET colleges. But I didn't do it in a formal system, but I enjoyed doing it on my own when I was younger. So, Sasha, over to you, and let us see your perspective of how this convergence can happen in Malaysia and how we can overcome the major perception issues so that this will become a career of choice, following the TVET route. Thank you, Sasha, and please, over to you.
Sure, thank you, Dato. I'm going to keep this quite simple and short because I think we have covered many areas in this discussion. The convergence needs to happen between MQA and JPK. There is many industries involved in TVET in Malaysia. The landscape of Malaysian TVET system is handled currently by 7 different ministries. Now, higher education is one of them, and there are many other ministries that are involved in the delivery of TVET. Now, getting everybody to sit together and streamline has been something that MOHE and also the Human Resource Ministry has been doing over the last few years. They have come up with a system called COPTA. They also have a few more systems in the pipeline where they have taken TVET systems and matched it against academic systems and ensured that a student coming out with a diploma Kemahiran Malaysia, which is actually a Malaysian skills diploma, can be recognized the same as a student coming out with an MQA diploma, which means the starting point for these 2 students will become the same. So like Dr. Mori was saying just now, he gave an example where a person joins an industry new, and because he comes from a TVET environment, he gets started at a different level compared to an academic graduate with a diploma or a degree. Now, this guy will have to, the TVET graduate will have to work maybe many more years before he can be given the same opportunities as the academic person and the same wage that can be offered to the academic person. Now, this shouldn't happen. This actually just shouldn't happen. It needs to be streamlined so that both people start at the same starting point. And this is something that our government has already started making good progress towards. So I think the bridging of these 2 is making sure that everybody has the same starting point and everybody can finish at the same point as well. The wage, the income gap is not so evident if you come from TVET or you come from MQA. So I think that's actually all I have to say after, that long information that I gave just now. So I think in Malaysia, we are making good strides towards streamlining. I just hope that it's a little bit faster so that more students can enjoy the benefits of this streamlining process.
Thank you, Sasha. You mentioned something fascinating. You say MQA and JPK must come together, to make things better. But you also mentioned that TVET is covered by a number of ministries, that must be challenging. You want to say something about how it should be and what the challenges right now are and how it should be rationalized?
To be very honest, Dato' Param, it is a challenging landscape. It's a challenging landscape because TVET is not just looked at as an academic solution. It is also looked at as a manpower solution. So there are different ministries who have come in, Ministry of Agriculture. So they have TVET and skills training programs in the Agricultural Ministry, for example. They also have Jabatan Tenaga Manusia, which is the Department for Human Resources. For skilled manpower. So that's an entire different agency by themselves. So TVET is actually right now, because of the fact that it's viewed as a skilled manpower solution and not just an academic solution, it has been littered across many different agencies giving the same solutions. Now, what JPK has done, what MQA is trying to do right now is they're trying to collate everybody and put them all under one umbrella so that the quality standards and the accreditation and the certification standards can all be matched, so that a student coming out with a JTM certificate is not looked at differently from a student with a JPK certificate and an MQA certificate. Everybody just needs to get on board. TVET is an academic solution for Malaysians, and it needs to come under the Ministry of Education, if possible.
Thank you, Sasha, for that explanation. I think so. We're making good stride here. I think that's what you were saying earlier. That's very good. So they all come under the code of practice for TVET program accreditation. That's what you were referring to earlier. COPTA, is it?
Yes, COPTA. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Look, thank you so much, Dr. Mori and Sasha, for your presentations. They have been very enlightening. And Dr. Mori, you have brought in quite a few examples from across different countries. Based on your experience. And Sasha, you've given us a very local perspective, and I think very appropriate. But the bottom line is, I think we all agree that we need to enhance the status of TVET so that we can get the right people into it and we can actually feed it into the talent pool required by the nation in economic development. We also have a number of questions that have been put forward. I'll just scroll and see what we have here. All right, we've had the very first question from Kiran Raj. How does TVET providers ensure industry is involved in the education education space, I suppose, to ensure quality and jobs opportunities for students? So I think this relates more to how you get industry involved. And I think, Sasha, maybe you can take on this question and tell us how you do it in your institution.
Yes, happy to take this. So the way we deal with our partners is, first of all, we only run courses that are very demand driven. So a lot of times, and this is a very fortunate position to be in, industry partners reach out to us because we're running such niche programs. And in the TVET market, industry partners, DHL, DB Schenker, we've got Panasonic for engineering, we've got Wing Tai, who is basically Dorothy Perkins, H&M and all. They reach out to us because we are one of the few providers that do TVET in these areas. Now, the way they deal with us is they get involved from day one of our students' education. They deal with our curriculum development. They deal with ensuring our students are learning the correct syllabus for what is needed in the job markets today. They even go far enough to send their people over. Last time when we weren't locked down, they would send their manpower to come and give our students insights into what the industry is like. They allow our students to go over to their companies to see what the actual working environment is like. And at the end of it all, at the end of their 2.5 years, before their graduation, we have campus interviews where these industry partners come in and already do campus interviews with our students. So employment is not really that big a problem for our students because of how engaged the industry partners are. So I think this is just one model. It's a model that works for us. And I think maybe this is something that TVET does well because of how engaged we are with industry.
Yeah, thank you for that, Sasha. Again, that's exactly even what we do at the university level. I believe if you don't work with industry closely, then you won't be producing the type of people that industry really wants. Yeah. Thank you so much for that. The next question is, in Malaysia, TVET is under the purview of several ministries. How does this structurally, policy and institutional monitoring affect or impact the quality of teaching and learning? I think this has already been answered inherently. Although it's in different ministries, it's now being harmonized, like what you said, through the Code of Practice for TVET program accreditation. So quality will be monitored across the board, and it doesn't matter from which ministry. And there'll also be harmonizing of levels and pathways to the academic side. Yeah. So we'll skip that. How do we develop skills demand in our economy? Any specific recommendations? Dr. Mori, you want to take this up? How do we develop?
Sure. Thank you very much. I think maybe I can just mention a little bit the conceptual issues. But of course, the skills policy is like a TVET policy, skills policy, but demand side policies, industrial policies. So I know Malaysia has a good policy for both sides. The question is how these policies are aligned together. So many master plans are really aligned with the sector skills policy, or even there is a sector skills policy. So just checking the alignment will be very important. And then another issue is industrial policy makers and the skills policy makers have a different perceptions, ideas sometimes. So it's really important, the interaction between these two policy makers. So when industrial policy is made, I recommend a certain participation of the skills policy maker. Sometimes they make a different policies and it's not aligned perfectly or sufficiently. No need to be perfect, sorry. Yeah, so that's something it is very important to check. another thing is that if we just try to align the both skills demand and supply policy for all sectors, it's impossible. So that's why at the ILO, we recommend a sectoral approach. So better to focus on the sector. So like a sectoral industrial policy and then a sectoral skills policy, how they align. That's one thing we can do. And then finally, I said the perception of the industrial policymaker and skills policymaker are sometimes different because for the what the policymaker who develop industries to help the employers, then the employer's view is not always same as the educator's view. So sometimes industrial policy tend to focus on a little bit how to say narrow range of the policy. For example, when I talk with many employers, their attention really go to the very specific skills needs. But for the long-term skills development for the workers, they need a bit broader skills. That's why I said the core skills are important. So that's why input from the skills perspective, I mean the input of the skills policymaker to industrial policymaker is very important. So one of the examples, maybe industry transformation maps made by the Singapore. That's one trial. I wouldn't say it's perfect, but it's an interesting trial. So maybe in Malaysia, again, I know there are a lot of the good policy, they are comprehensive, but it's worthwhile looking at the alignment of the sectoral policy at both skills and demand side. Yeah. Thank you very much, Datuk.
Thank you, Dr. Mori. That was really fascinating. I mean, you've thrown a lot of light on this, more than I expected. In Malaysia, we also try to harmonize between our industrial master plans and our periodical national development plans. And it'll be interesting to also see what Singapore has come up with in terms of the industry transformation map. Yeah. This has to be done at the federal, national levels. Yeah. And we take guidance from it. Thank you. The next question is, how can higher education in TVET bridge further beyond just pathway and recognition? I think in some ways we've really answered this question. There's convergence, yeah, and equal opportunities as though you are in the academic pathway as much as, from TVET to PhDs. And Dr. Mori also mentioned his tutor was a TVET person moving up right up to PhD, isn't it? So that's the way it can be done. Australia does well in TVET because of their policy on allowing only certified skills-based workers to operate. Can such a policy be a catalyst in Malaysia too? Sasha, can you take that on? This is a challenge, and I think one of you had mentioned cheap labor earlier, causing a disruption to our towards a journey towards having certified people in industry. Maybe you can throw some light on this.
Sure. Absolutely. I think Australia does do very well in the TVET sector. They have one of the most comprehensive TVET systems in the world. The Australian skills system is something that has taken many years to develop, however, is actually very successful because of this policy, because they only allow certified people to be able to run and operate. Now, in Malaysia, I would say if we were to implement this policy immediately, a lot of our manufacturing will suffer. Now, I think it's a policy that needs to be done eventually so that we get the upskilling of all of our people done at a base level so that the entire Malaysian base can be upskilled because of needs. They need to upskill for them to get employed or for them to get projects. However, this needs to be done in a calculated move. It needs to be done in stages and maybe industry by industry so that it's not such a shock to the system. This is something that FMM, I believe, has been trying to implement. This is something that Malaysian Human Resource Ministry has also been talking about for many years. But it's a shock to the system. And because of Malaysia's dependent on foreign labor, it is going to be something that, again, not impossible, but needs to be done in a very planned manner.
Thank you, Sasha. I also know how much you have to pay to get a locksmith to come and open your door. So if we are chasing for certified skills-based workers, then I think as consumers, we all should be willing to pay the price. You know, the cost of bringing a plumber into your house. So yeah, there is pros and cons of this. If we are willing to accept a high cost living environment, then of course we can make sure that everyone is certified. But nevertheless, someday we'll have to cross paths and try to do the right thing. The next question is the curriculum, the quality of curriculum and teaching may both be very important in TVET institutions. I think we agree with that. What is the role of lecturers? I suppose we're trying to say maybe we can go wider than this question. You know, how do lecturers ensure, and how does the institution ensure that the lecturers know what to do and to lead towards the end result of creating the right skills in the graduates? Maybe Sasha, you can also take this on. Because the question is not very clear, but I suppose what are the key responsibilities of lecturers to ensure the right skills are developed? I suppose that's what it should be. And how does the institution? Okay.
Happy to, Dato'. Thank you. Lecturers, of course, are going to be the key cogs of any TVET institution. Something that maybe moving forward from this question, something that I can say has improved in the TVET environment is with the introduction of COPTA, which is the streamlining of TVET and academics. The government has put in certain requirements for who a TVET lecturer could be. So they have ensured that they have these requirements of TVET lecturers having to have one level of education higher than what they are delivering. Now, this is something that MQA has always had, but TVET has not had that. It used to be Serata, which is leveled. If you are doing diploma, you have to have a diploma yourself. So now they've made it such that if you are teaching diploma, you need to have an advanced diploma or a degree, which makes sense. Something else that they have made quite good, I think, is they're not just taking the academic qualification into account, but they're also looking at how much industry experience that person has. Now, this, I think, is very valuable to a TVET environment because they are taking the person's knowledge and skills that they've actually gained from being in the actual industry and the knowledge that they are able to give the students from there. Something else that I think is quite interesting with regards to the role of lecturers in the TVET environment is they have added another clause where lecturers have to be exposed to actual industry. Every few years, they need to spend some time in the actual industry to kind of update their skills and knowledge, which I think is actually quite brilliant. This is something very on point and something much needed in the TVET scenario. I hope I've answered that question.
Thank you. So, in other words, you're trying to say, Sasha, that COPTA, under COPTA, there are various requirements that lecturers must meet, which includes their certifications themselves, one level above what they're teaching, at least, and also the right industry experience. And not only that, but they have to be continuously engaged with industry periodically. On the MQA side, they have similar requirements, but not so much on the industry side. But I strongly believe that you can't have someone teaching anyone if he has not done the job before. It'll be rather odd, even on the academic side, and that's what I practice even in my own institution. I'm told that 96% of my teaching staff are from industry, and we've always maintained that sort of ratio so that they know exactly what to do and they have also faced problems with the lack of talent, the lack of the right skills in previous graduates, so they really know how to compensate for it. Okay, with that, you're not going to believe it. We are on the dot at 6 o'clock, and two of you have managed to hold the fort while Dr. Schroeder could not come online for some reason, and the number of questions were just right for this. Dr. Murray and Sasha, can I, on behalf of the organizers, thank you so much for having covered the session. And like I said, 2 people have done the job of 3 people. Yeah. So I think we've had a very comprehensive coverage of TVET within our session, and the good thing is we have finished just absolutely on time. Thank you once again, and hope to meet you guys sometime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dato'. Thank you, Dr. Mori. Very honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato'. Thank you, Ms. Sasha. Thank you. Terima kasih. Jumpa lagi.
Thank you to the moderator and our 2 panelists for the discussion. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, the end of the discussion just now marks the end of day 1 for the 7th Global Higher Education Forum 2021. We hope that you have found today's presentations informative and useful. We are thankful to all guests and participants for spending your precious time with us today, and we will be back tomorrow for more exciting presentations and discussion. Before that, please be reminded that CPD points are given for the session and the links are provided in the chat box. There are 2 links. One is for CPD points and the other one is for the certificate. The QR code will also be displayed on the screen for participants. Until we meet again tomorrow, be safe and have a nice day. Thank you.